She offers consultations, workshops, and classes at Willow Great Mystic LLC, where she uses her knowledge of astrology to help you recognize your strengths and improve your connection with others. She leads groups, classes, and workshops on health and wellness to provide people with a path to their authentic self. Her intentions are to help you grow and expand your mind, body, and spirit. Please welcome Patricia Tate. Hi, sweetheart. This one's good. Which one would you like to use? Eddie, can you turn on the other mic? Thank you.
Testing. Oh, good. It works. All right. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you, Nikki, for having me. I'm super excited to be here. So I'm an astrologer. I practice traditional, evolutionary, and Western astrology, which in a nutshell means like there's many different types of astrology. And so I look at your past in order to understand what's going on in your future. And I look at the overall chart and I do, so for my YouTube channel, I do like transit charts of things that are going to be coming up. So I'm always trying to keep my thumb on the pulse of what's changing, what's evolving. And I am super, super excited about 2025 because where we are finally coming into, all of the work that we've done is now going to be manifesting into. So I want to talk about just a little bit about what is the astrology and show you what a typical chart would look like. Hold on. Oh, for crying in a bucket. Okay, I'm ruled by Mercury, so that would be technology. There we go. So this would be the chart of today. The circle that goes around, we would be in the middle here. And so everything here, this is considered to be the horizon. Everything up here are where the planets are in the sky right now. Everything down below the horizon represents the planets that we cannot see. Just because we cannot see them does not mean that they don't have an impact on us. And so the lines on the inside represent, the blue represent ease and grace, especially if it's a triangle or this little asterisk here. That represents where the planets are communicating and talking nice to each other. And the red are obstacles, difficulty. And I look at the astrology and know that it cannot always be easy. If we have a square, like, do you see that, like this is a 90-degree angle. Anytime that you have a square is a right angle that says, I'm going to create tension in your life because you're not changing, you're not evolving, you're not growing, you're staying the same. These two areas are going to come to an impasse. An opposition is when these two areas of your life truly oppose, like you're looking at it and saying, I have to make a decision. It's going to be this way or that way. I color code all of my charts to make things easier for people because I don't believe in just giving, I don't want it to be a one-shot deal when I work with people. I truly want to teach them and explain to them what is going on in their life. So the houses, the signs, the planets, they all work together. Sometimes people will say, well, I'm an Aries. That's your sun sign. Now, what house is that sun manifesting? Because the sun is our soul. It's who we want, who we are. And then it's a fire sign and it wants to initiate, it wants to go after. Well, each one of these houses, they're numbered 1, 2, 3, all the way to 12. So they're numbered according to the first house represents the self, the identity. The second represents your self-worth, your cash, your property. Everything that's below the horizon is a personal. The third is how we communicate. The fourth is our home, what grounds us. The fifth is children, creativity. And the sixth is our health, mental, physical well-being, and our service to others. Above the horizon is the opposite of. So if the first is you, your seventh house is you with other people. If the second is your self-worth, your cash, your property, your eighth house represents you with other people's money and resources, where you are invested with others. The third is communication close to home or younger education. The ninth would be higher education, travel, consulting with people far and wide, different religions, different thoughts, different beliefs. If the fourth is home, the 10th is you with career, job, your legacy. If the fifth is children and fun and joy and creativity, the 11th is your networking with other people in the outside world. If the sixth is your health, your well-being, your service to others, 12th is the shadow house. It's the house of where we go to be alone. It's the house of addiction. It's the house of affliction. It's also the house of enlightenment. And so with astrology, there is no like all good or all bad. It is, and how you work with it. And so I look at the astrology and say, where are we going? What is going on? And how do I work with that energy, knowing that some of it is going to be ease and grace, where I'm going to want to launch forward, and others, it's going to slow me down or bring me to an impasse where I have to make some hard decisions. And we have all had to make some hard decisions these last couple weeks. And it's going to get a little bit more difficult. It's having us take a good, hard look at what is going on, not just personally, but globally. And where are we within this? We have, the reason I say that 2025 is going to be a huge shift, each one of the planets has a cycle. For example, the moon takes a month to cycle round to all the signs, so 2.5 days. So anybody who's ruled by the sign of Cancer, their feelings are always going up and down every 2.5 days. They're in tune to their body, they're in tune to everybody, they just can't help it. The sun takes a year, so it's 1 month in every house. Pluto is the inner planets of Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter. All of those planets are personal to you. What is going on with you? The outer planets affect large groups of people of we've all come in to do this, and now is the time. Let's make this happen as a group. 20 years is what Pluto does. Pluto is now going to be shifting later this week. Actually, it'll be in like 10 days. Pluto is the planet of birth, death, and rebirth, transformation. It's the god of the underworld, ruled by Mars and Scorpio. So knowing that it's going to be leaving Capricorn are big structures that were built in a time that are now crumbling down. So you can look at it and say, government, the typical medical, typical education, all of those structures are going to come down in order to be rebuilt for the next 20 years in the sign of Aquarius. I don't know if you know anybody who's an Aquarius, but Aquarius is unique. It is let your freak flag fly. It is let's come together and have this hive mentality to think together and share these ideas. Capricorn is not. Capricorn is the goat, the one. It's the sea goat, half fish, half goat, go to the deepest of the waters, go to the highest of the mountains, but it does it alone. And that's where things have been built. These big structures in government, the big structures with the hospitals and the education, it's going to come down. It's going to be built with Aquarius energy now of we all need to come together and it's going to be unique. It's going to be different. Aquarius is an air sign. Think of it as a cloud. It moves across. It picks up water, it drops it, it changes. It can be a tornado. It can be a beautiful spring rain. It can be all of these things. And it's always evolving, growing, and changing. So Pluto is going to be shifting signs. Saturn is going to be shifting signs. Saturn is an outer planet also. It takes 29 years to cycle It's going to be shifting signs. Uranus, 17 years. These two are going to be shifting in the spring of next year. Uranus is going to go into Gemini. It dipped into Gemini earlier in the summer. Uranus is ruled by Aquarius, so it's science, technology, AI, all of those, anything that could be used and transferred by air. It's going to go into Gemini. When it does, it will be an explosion of technology. We thought, like when it first went into Gemini, AI, boom. And then it went retrograde, backed up into Taurus, and it was let's slow down. Let's try to get a handle on this. We have to put some things into place here. And all of the things are being looked at, scrutinized now. So when Uranus goes back into Gemini, Gemini is the twins. Think duality, think science, technology, think things that have been kept from us for somebody else's gains. It's now going to be offered, explored, and shared. Globally, there's going to be these options. All planets will have shifted into a new sign by the end of the year of 2025. So we have all of these amazing things happening, and we feel it within us. So this is like a global look. And I want to talk about it more on a personal level. So if there's anybody that's got like you have to have your exact date, time, and location of birth, and you don't mind sharing with the world. I'm ready. I need everything. You like that? Okay, I want first and last, or first and last, how you want it saved. I'm sorry, say it one more time. Yeah, 2 F's, right? CL or KL? KLEIN. And I should have known that, and I'm really sorry. I'm like, the bulls, I felt it. And I'm again, but I'm ruled by Mercury, but it's in my 12th house. We'll talk about that. It's the hidden house. All right, so when's your birth date? December 1st. And your time? Oh, let's talk about that. Remember I said I had like 3 different, I use whole sign for my astrology on YouTube. I use whole sign and Placidus when I work with people individually, because it gives me a huge picture of everything that's going on, because it shifts everything just a little bit. So yeah. Time? 6. And your city? New York. Okay. Did I spell it right? BRO. Oh, I spelled it right. So it's okay to talk about you? All right. So when I look at somebody's chart, the first thing I look at does anything like stand out? Immediately, the red stands out to me. A huge concentration here, a huge concentration here, and the focus is here. So remember how we said that those squares they're difficult. It's just difficult. So I'm just gonna do like a round robin, just a little bit about you. Are you okay with that? Scorpio rising. I'm a little surprised that he actually shared this, because Scorpio keep everything close to their chest, private, secretive. Scorpio, wherever you have Scorpio in your chart, whether it's your sun, your moon, your rising, or one of your nodes, Scorpio learn their lessons differently than everybody else. Scorpio learn their lessons through their connections with others, their contacts with others, their do I trust you? Do I not trust you? Are you going to hurt me? Are you not going to hurt me? Scorpio, when they, and he may be, a sun in Sagittarius. Like his philosophy, his belief is like the more the merrier. It's in his second house. I will make money. This is how it's going to happen. And I have faith, I have hope, I have belief. But he has a stellium. This is a lot. 3 planets in his first house of self, which means people tell him secrets. He keeps the secrets. People, he is learning to be more of a detective, more to dive into things. He has Saturn here in his first house of self. So his first 29, 30 years of his life were kind of, I try to figure out things. And then he had to figure out, what do I want to do with the next 29? And then his last third will be freaking amazing, because if he's built the legacy correct, it will be then, I want to give back. And what does the give back look like? He has Mercury here. When he speaks intensely, and he asks the probing questions. There is no secret. There is nothing uncovered. He will ask it. I don't know how much he would really share, though. He will have to know you well enough in order to share those intimate things, because that would mean vulnerability. And Scorpios, wherever you have Scorpio, you have to be vulnerable. You have to risk being vulnerable. And he has it in his first house of identity, who he is growing and learning to be. This line right here is where he left his mother and was born and took his first breath of air. Usually people who have Scorpio rising almost cause their mother to die, or there's some kind of a medical something with their mother that involves their birth and the mother being like a health issue when there's a birth. Scorpio, their life revolves around transformation, their entire life. He also has Venus here. He likes exotic things. Just gonna end it on that one. I want to go back to the squares. If you believe in past lives, we look to your south node. The south node is where you came from. It is in your past life where things did not go well. We always look first to the south node and say, oh, what are you going to bring in with you? I literally believe that you sat down and you said, I want to take this lesson, this lesson, this lesson. I'm going to put it all together, and I'm going to give myself similar lessons. So for the first 29 years, 30 years of my life, I'm going to repeat those because I feel it, I know it. It's like easy for me to fall back on. And then I'm going to start to remember. And then I'm going to move forward into my north node, where I'm supposed to be evolving and growing into. And then I can pull my gifts from my south node. His south node is in Cancer, ruled by the moon, in the 12th house of secrets, in the 12th house of addiction, health problems, astral travel, astral projection, intuition, dreams, Akashic records, meditation, yoga, anything that is not of this world. That is where he came from. Ruled by Cancer, mother, most likely being of feminine in a past lifetime, or there was something that I'm going to say feminine, just going to go there. Female in your 9th house. The 9th house is the house of religious beliefs, travel, foreign places, people, things. Conjunct Uranus. Uranus is shock and surprise. Jeff, I traveled far away from my home, most likely as a woman. Could have been married, could have followed a religious belief, following, cult, something that you truly believed in, and was shocked and surprised by how the ending came about. And it didn't serve you well. There could have been being imprisoned or being used for gifts and talents that you had. Like, we're going to keep you here for gifts and talents that you had. A lot of times people will redo it reenact it in this lifetime with similar themes in order to move through it and to learn from it. Because it's a square, anything that's square to the nodes, not everybody has a square to your nodes. A square to your nodes means you, Jeff, decided to come in and fast forward some things in your life. A lot of people come in and there are no squares to the nodes. You said, you know what? I have a really good idea of how this went wrong, and I'm going to fast forward it and make it harder. Just make every time something activates your south node, it's going to activate your 12th house, my fears, my where I go in, where I have to tap into ancestors, guides, dreams, angels, anything, and the direction in which you're supposed to be going. I, Jeff, want to fast forward this, want to move forward. Then I say, well, okay, what else is going on here? I look to your what is opposing you. I need to move into my north node. I need to be a better communicator. It's in the sign of Capricorn. Capricorn is facts, details, things that can be proven over a longer period of time and that can be built on sustainability. The third house is you communicating in like grassroots. Who am I going to communicate with? It's connected to your Chiron wound. Everybody has a Chiron wound. It is something that you, it never heals because you gave it to yourself to work on from every single different angle in this lifetime until it's exhausted, so you never have to do it again. His Chiron wound is at 18 degrees, which usually means at about 17, 18, 19, there was something big that happened that was triggered that would affect you for the long haul, and that you will learn throughout your life how to work with it, how to grow from it, how to change, how to evolve. And then I look to where is Saturn, because Saturn rules Capricorn. It's in your fourth, it's in your first house of self. I'm in charge of my destiny. I have to build something that's going to last over a longer period of time. I can make this happen. I have to be my own detective, be my own advocate. Who do I trust? When do I trust? How do I trust? What is loyalty? When I'm not sure, I move in close. When I'm really not sure, I touch the person, because energy doesn't lie, people do. And you are learning to work with energy. Think of it as water. Do you remember Mr. Limpet? Like he would send out the sonar in the water? No? Oh my God. It was with Don Knotts. Nobody saw that? Okay. Okay. So he turned into a fish and okay. Long story short, you I know. So you need to use waves, sound, air, water in order to project, bring back energy, because energy doesn't lie. People do. How do I move it? How does it? That's what you will work on in this lifetime. And then if I say, I want to, as I age, because we're older, you and I were older, you're past your first Saturn return. Okay, hold on. I'm going to do one more thing here. So now I say, hey, what's going on in Jeff's life? What is activating things? This is Pluto, and Mars was just here. And remember, everything activates this moon. Remember that square that he has? So he has Pluto on his north node. Pluto is the planet of death and transformation. It is going to be leaving his third house of communication and saying, you're doing everything at home. You're doing everything in small bits and pieces. You are connecting with people in the outside world. I want you to build a foundation. I want you to build something that can be grown over the next 20 years. What is this going to look like? It's going to activate your moon, and it's going to oppose your south node. At this stage of the game, we're old enough that you not only know the direction, you should be able to use where you've come from. Jeff, I am going to use feelings, intuition, dreams, psychic abilities, astral travel, astral projection, anything that has to do with yoga, anything that has to do with meditation, anything that has to do with other realms and build. I'm going to use it and do better in this lifetime and master it. Because that's why people, when they're like 28, 29, 30, it's like the hardest time of our life. Literally, you get married, you get a divorce, you have a kid, you do something that's crazy, you take a leap off, and then you got to live with it for the next 29 years. He has already made that decision, lived with it for the 29 years, and now he's moving past it and saying, this is my last third. What is the legacy that I'm going to build that will go on after me? He's going to have a Pluto opposition. When Pluto moves into Aquarius in the next, I think it's like 10 days, he's going to start saying, I might need to teach this. How do I leave a legacy? I need to build something in my life. I need to build something in my life that will be permanent, that Pluto in Leo is the lion, taking care of everybody, nurturing, caring, taking care of self, but taking care of the pride. And Pluto in Aquarius is, how do I do this in this day and age? I've done it before. I now have to do it, but now I have to do it differently. And you're going to be spending the next 20 years learning to adapt to airwaves, because it's Aquarius, it's ruled by air, of how do I reach everybody? How do I connect with everybody, expand, and build something that can be grown or can be, it will not be for yourself. Aquarius says it's the beehives. I'm not just going to do it for me. I'm going to do it for everybody. I'm going to do it so we all can benefit. Pluto is moving into Aquarius in everybody's chart. Everybody's chart is just different. And he is looking at this and saying, I have to do it more than just for me. Aquarius is like-minded. Aquarius can be scattered. Like there's negatives to it. Aquarius is, I have this idea and it just came to me like a lightning bolt, or I have to change things and it's a quick shift. And so for the next 20 years, buckle up, giddy up. It's going to happen. He has his Saturn. It's going to move into Aries. Saturn, remember I said next year it's going to be moving into Aries, and it says Aries is I, the warrior. I, Jeff, have to be of service to other people, and I have to care for myself. Aries is this, the sixth house for him represents his mental, physical, spiritual health and well-being. And how can I be of service to others? So there's going to be this fine line where he's going to be wanted, be needed, and he's going to have to be careful that you don't do it to the detriment of your health, because other people want and need. And Aries is the warrior, and you want to do it. You'll want to initiate it. I need to make a 3-year plan. Like literally, I look at the astrology. When I work with somebody, I come up with, like, usually the first time is like their birth chart. We talk about it at length. We talk about like the skill sets that you've come in, how to work with them. I spend an hour to an hour and a half. And then I go into, now let's talk about your year ahead. Now let's make some plans of how you can work with this energy. Because now I see, oh, hold on, one more thing. Now I see what is going on. He's having a Jupiter return also in his 8th house of shared resources. So I would look at this and say, Jupiter is the Santa Claus of the zodiac. It's abundance, it's excess. It's in your 8th house of shared resource, investments, investors, debt, paying off debt. It's you connected with other people. Hey, let's collaborate, you, me, blah, 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 blah. Or, hey, somebody passed away. This is your part of the settlement. It represents alimony, child support. It also represents, the eighth house represents taboo topics that people don't want to bring up, deep psychological healing from trauma. And it's in a harmonious aspect to where things are going with you. A Jupiter return happens once every 12 years. This is a good time for you to be investing in yourself and using caution, using caution because it brings abundance of who do you invest or who do you collaborate or who do you combine your resources with? Because it means that there are options available. Does that make sense? Yeah. It means like family members also. It means a lot. Yeah. What questions did you have about this? I should have probably asked that. Does any of it resonate? Okay. Okay. His birthday is December. You okay with that? December 1st, 1953. He was born on a Tuesday, 6:02 a.m. Moon just coming up. I want to know about your mother. Well, your mother's in your 12th house, the house of secrets, the house of doing things privately. And did she share these things with you? Did she keep quiet about some things? The father is represented by your second house, self-worth, cash, property, abundance, bigger than life. Yeah. Not that I really want to know. I shouldn't have said that. Okay. I have Pluto in my first house and hence the name Willow Grace. Say it with grace and remember freedom of everybody else. Personal freedom. Yeah. I'm excited for you. There's some big things going on. There'll be some shifting going on with your career. Just gonna throw that out there, starting now and into December, January, February, and March, because this guy, he's your chart ruler, Mars, and he's at the top of your chart saying, go after it. Yeah, do it. And he's going to station retrograde December 6th. And you're going to say, what? What the heck? And then you're going to have to go back. It'll go back over top of this when it's retrograde and it's in the sign of Cancer. Family, home, feelings, travel. So it's, do I go back there? Do I go back and take a class? Do I need to republish something? It means anytime a planet is retrograde, rethink, review, realign. It's all the re words. I don't look at it as a bad. I look at it as a time where he will stop and pause. And you will say, do I travel back there? Do I take a pause from that? Do I redo this? The ninth house represents legal matters, publishing, teaching, training, cross-cultural experiences. Mars is going to go backwards in December, and then through December, January, February, and then March, you'll have everything that you need to go full speed ahead. Like launching something that will have to be with your career, like expanding it. Like I think, when are you planning on doing that? March. Yeah. So what else I can do is I can take his chart and I can fast forward it and say, where will all the planets be? What is the best time to launch something? I work with a lot of business owners, actually real estate people, women in real estate and business owners who will say, hey, I want to launch this. Hey, when is a really good time? Or I work with couples who are either they want to work together or they want to merge their, like, oh, we want to get married or we want to plan a date or we want to, so I can look at a chart. Like, let's say that Jeff said, hey, Patty, do you want to work together? I would show him my chart and share with him my flaws and my gifts and opportunities. And then I would merge it with his and say, we might have a little problem here. This is how we can work with it, or we're going to get along so well here. I don't hide the difficult. I believe that I can definitely. Okay, hold on. So notice his chart. I'll pull up. Okay, I'll pull up mine. So I'm going to pull it up two different ways. I'm going to do first a dual wheel so you can see him on the left and me on the right. And you can notice the two differences in our charts. This is his. Do you see how he has this hard? I also have that same hard aspect to my nodes, but mine is with my sun, his is with his moon. Mine is with me. Um, yeah, mine is with my sun in the 12th house. Shh, be quiet. Be seen and not heard, and do things on the down low. And my north node is conjunct my moon, to where his is square his moon. And my south node is in Scorpio. That's, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to pull them up together. And, oh, I'm so sorry. Thanks. I'm pointing out the things that we have similar together, that I have a south node in Scorpio. Don't ever ask unless you really want to know. You want to say, hey, how do I look? I literally will elevatorize you, look around to the back, make sure everything's tucked in, and say, you look so good. I'm not a generalist where I will tell you exactly what you want to hear. I will tell you what I see, and I will pause before I say some things to make sure that, are you ready to hear it? And then a solution to work with it, because not everybody wants to hear difficult. Some people are rainbows and butterflies. And I raised my kids with, are you open to receive? And they're like, dang, here it comes. So, and now I hear it back, Mama, you open to receive? And I'm like, shh, okay, go ahead, tell me. I got it. And so I have Pluto. Remember how we talked about your Pluto? My Pluto is conjunct Uranus. Shock, surprise, you don't know, you never know what you're going to get. And it's in my first house of self. It's like a chameleon, like here, but change, evolve. And Pandora's box is always going to be open. And I need to be near the open. I don't want to be with people, places, and things that want to keep the lid closed. Does that make sense? Like, I'm just too old for that now. I'm going to put my chart on top of your chart. So this is how we look at people's charts to see if like past life connections, or what am I here to do with you or for you. So I'm going to put my chart in the middle, and I'll put your chart on the outside. So we're going to look at it from my perspective. So from my perspective, I look for what is close or what is going on, like where there's a major pileup. So we have this. My south node, where I've come from, is conjunct your Mercury, your Venus. If we were together, and I do believe that every time we're with somebody in this lifetime, we already had a connection somewhere, somehow. It was either friend, family, foe. I believe that we just reconnect with like a star family in some form or fashion. And so with Venus, it's about love and beauty and money and resources, and Mercury is about communication. How do we share that? It's with my south node, somewhere in my past, a connection, a deep connection. It would be like a reconnection, because Scorpios don't forget, ever. And then I look at your south node is on top of my Venus. So there definitely has to be a connection with something that has to do with love, beauty, or money, or resources. Venus brings people together, and she's not always about my lover. It's all types of love. Friendship love. I love my dog. I love this friend. Venus wants to unite and bring together. And in the sign of Scorpio, for me, it would have been communication, teaching, traveling. For you, it would be connections, because it's in the 11th house of hopes, wishes, dreams, goals, and who do I connect up with? So we could have absolutely connected in this way through business or pleasure. Probably business, because it's in the 11th house, a connection of. And sometimes you're with people that you have nothing in common, and it just means that, okay, here we are, we're going to do that in this lifetime. Does that make sense? Do you have any questions about it? No. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? I'm ready. I can. Absolutely. So let's talk about that, because I don't, I am now starting to study. You go back 9 months before you were born because there's a conception there, but you can actually go back. Okay, let me show you. I'll show you mine. Or, okay, give me your information. Give me your name. Christina. Can I have like a last initial or something? N. Okay, and got it. And your date? And your time? And your city? So, oh, there we go. Sun in Sagittarius, Scorpio. You also have a square to your nodes. Okay, I'm just going to hit on that just for a second because it catches my eye. Your south node in Leo, Christina, come from royalty. I come from somebody who was a leader in something or somebody who was famous for something and it didn't go well. It's in your first house of identity. It was bad. You made some poor choices. And in this lifetime, with partners, working with other people, your connections, the seventh house is you partnered with other people. I'm going to do better in this lifetime and I'm not going to make it all about me. I'm going to make sure that I expand and share with other people because I know I'm a leader. I was a leader in a past life and I'm going to be a leader in this lifetime, but this time I'm going to lead differently. The first like 29 years of our life, it's going back to that first the first house of your node there. And then I need to learn to move into this. I need to grow into this. It squares Jupiter within your home. So we know that, okay, people who have Scorpio in their fourth house of home often like to keep everything private at home. That means that there's secrets kept at home. And there were a lot of things going on at home that you just didn't tell. And it had to do with where you came from, where you're going. And I believe it was at a young age. I definitely believe it was at a young age. So if I wanted to go back, what I do is I create a bi-wheel, and let's say that we call it a transit of, my daughter just got married and she said, hey, I want to get married this month. These are the 3 days. I pull up the chart and say, these are the 3 best times during one of those days when the planets are, you don't want to get married when you see a lot of red. You want to get married when Jupiter is happy and Venus is happy, because Venus is like the lovers bringing everything together and Jupiter is abundance. You don't want them in an angry sign. We need those angry signs, but you don't want it in a marriage. And so you can create a chart. So like when I do a bi-wheel with you, there we go. And what date do you want to go back to? Oh, God, love the 60s. Okay, I'm going to go back a few years. If you have a specific time, like what year? Okay, that's a lot. Hold on, 1968. Okay. Okay, so in 1968, on November 11th at 11:48 p.m., this is what your life looked like. And there was a lot of stuff going on at home, a lot of stuff. It was highlighted. And we had a lot of stuff. We had the south node. The south node is this upside down. It was, think of the nodes as portals, like holes, like a black hole. And so the south node is a portal that takes you right back to your past. And the north node is a portal that you go into that takes you to your future. And people are uncomfortable moving into the future because That's why we stay here, because it's easier for us to stay where we are comfortable. And as we age, we have to step outside of the comfort zone and move towards our future willingly, freely. And so, what do you want to know about that day? Like, you got a lot of stuff going on. There were a lot of things going on within your home and with school and with the third house down here. She has a third house in Libra. I am always trying to balance everybody's cup. I am the peacemaker. I'm telling negative first. Okay. I am the peacemaker. I am always giving everything that I've got. If I only have one cookie left and there's two friends, I can't split it 3 ways. I'm going to give it to the 2 friends. That's what she's done in the past. And she's having to learn to work with this. Libra is such beautiful energy. Where we have Libra, it's ruled by Venus, naturally beautiful, naturally kind, wants to expand. She has Uranus here. So Uranus probably means like difficulty with learning or difficulty being understood. And Mars is here, like this fire, this passion, this drive, and sometimes being squashed. Like, don't forget, you always have to take turns. And so like there's all of these good things that go with it. And then there's all these lessons that you have to learn from it. Does that make sense? Mars takes 2 years to cycle around somebody's chart. And at that time, you were starting a brand new 2-year cycle of something in your life that had to do with neighbors, siblings, cousins, people that were close to you, the way that you communicated, taking a class, taking a workshop, technology, or friends. And what are you leaving behind? You were in a space to, I need to let some things go. Are you good with that, Christina? Yeah. So truly, we can look forward. And I can look forward, I can look backward. Like I've looked at my own. Yeah, I'm ready. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, third house, leaving. Absolute. I should have saved that chart. Hold on. Oh, home. Remember when I said the 2 areas were home and communication and the leaving behind? Okay, so okay, when I get the chills, I believe that you died. I'm sorry. I think you died away from home, because I remember all the planets being in the 4th house and the communication in 3rd, which takes you away from, and yeah, and I don't really think that it was like you were gung ho to go there. I think that you went because it was the right thing to do, because that's what Libras do. And I don't think your body made it back either. Yeah, I'm sorry. Because if your body would have made it back, the node would have been in a different house. Yeah. Yeah. So you can actually like look forward and you can look backwards and you can say, I have this question, I have this. And so we can look at, what are you working on now? And maybe you didn't bring in anything from that lifetime. Maybe it ended the way it ended and you were comfortable with that. And then in this lifetime, you said, these are the things I'm going to work on. And you are definitely going to be working on community. You are all about, or learning to be, I need to communicate. I need to be the one who shares the information, but I still need to be kept on the outside, separate from. I need the mental stimulation. We look for, each planet represents, what do you need? Whereas Mars is our aggression, where we get all fired up, where we go after, what we initiate. The sun is just who we are. Neptune blurs or dissolves. So the 5th house, you having Neptune in the 5th house, is like dissolving things that have to do with children and creativity and things when you were younger, and like lovers, and then, but bringing together also. Neptune, I always say, is like when you are red and I am blue and we make purple. We can never go back to being red and blue. Once the water's together, we don't separate it. Not where Neptune is. Yeah. Yeah. I think that I think you would have started having memories about it when you were about 5 years old. I think something happened when you were about 5 years old, if that makes sense. I'm so sorry. I'll quit talking. I'm shutting it down. Is there anybody else who would like to give me I'm ready. Yep, way in the back. Yep. Okay. I need your name. Lanette. Okay, December 2nd. And what's the year? What's your time? And your city? All right. I like this. Okay, not that I don't like everybody else's, but this is different. It still has squares going on, but I want to show you what's unique about yours. I have a grand water trine in mine, which brings together gifts, and you have a kite. Okay, so this is a grand trine. Yours is in earth. I don't know if you can see the blue lines together here. This is when 3 areas of your life are working together. Mine's in water, feelings, emotions, intuition. Yours is in earth, solid, stable, grounded. The difficult that comes with it, I can be stubborn, I cannot want to move, I can, all of that. Then do you see these extra blue lines? This connects it and literally makes a kite. So you look at it and you say, oh, that is a kite. What does a kite mean? A kite means we look to the bottom of the kite and say, where am I coming from? What's the bottom that's anchoring? And then where does the kite need to go? And what do I bring in from all the different sides to move forward with? And so we can look at it and say, this is what's anchoring her. These are the things that are supporting her. And this is what she's moving towards. And every single time one of these planets is activated by a transit from other planets, her whole chart will go ding, 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 like a ping pong, or not ping pong. What do they call that? Pinball machine. See, you and I get along really well. Mercury in the 12th house. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts, but funneling them down is always so whenever her life is activated. Okay, I'm going to show you one more thing. Hold on. Son of a biscuit. Hold on. So remember the kite, and we had this. This was connected to this, and this is connected to this, and this is connected to this, and this is connected to here. And we have this. Okay, it's sloppy, sorry. But this is what's going on right now in her life. So it's saying, this is the direction you have to go. You have to move here. Bring in all of these, bring in the resources, make this happen, follow the direction. And so it's her learning to work with all of these aspects in her chart. So when I look at somebody's birth chart, I look at the good, I just don't believe that there's ever anything that's negative that comes from, I look at that you have challenges, but you also have these amazing things that you can work with. I have garbage in my chart, and I have to tell myself, there's going to be a lesson that I'm going to be learning. And like, Christina, I am so sorry. I sometimes am the one that brings it. And I look at it as like, there's this sore and there's this dirty bandage on top. And now we've taken the bandage off. You've been able to clean it, and you're going to be able to start healing it. And remember, that's your Chiron, and you will be healing it your whole life, little bits and stages at a time. And it's just confirmation. And hopefully it adds a positive to the pain. it takes me sometimes days to work through some of the, like even though I know some things are coming, you can't know everything. Uranus is a wild card. Whoever is ruled by Uranus, your whole life is a wild card. Wherever it is in our life means don't make a plan. The universe will pick the plan and you have to learn to go and flow with it. And so, yeah. So does anybody have any other questions? Are we, yep. Okay, so let me tell you about Chiron. Everybody has a Chiron. Everybody has every one of these planets and their nodes. The nodes, they actually are their planetary points around the moon. Chiron. Everyone has a story. So Chiron, Zeus, he was a philanderer. He was like with everybody, and he would take the women. And one of the goddesses said, I want to get away from him. I don't want him to attack me, rape me. And so she went to one of she went to somebody and she turned her into a horse, said, I'm going to protect you. You're going to turn into a horse. He raped her anyway. She had a centaur, half like human, half horse, half god. And none of the other centaurs liked him because he was different. So like think about Rudolph and the reindeer games, like nobody liked him. They knew he was different. And his father looked at him and said, yep, just another. And he's disgusting. He's different. Let him go. And the mother was like, it's a child of rape. I don't want it. And he's different. I'm not raising him. Eros, the sun god, he and his wife said, no, let us have him. They raised him to be a healer. He worked with medicine. He worked with, he was educated because he couldn't fit in anywhere. So he was known as Chiron, the wounded healer. He worked his entire life to help heal other people's wounds in order to heal his wound. So everybody has a Chiron wound in their chart that they will work on their entire life of, I'm wounded. How do I heal from this? And the goal of it is to let it be activated multiple times, different ways, different times, and then it's exhausted by the time you're done. And then you're done. You have raised your level of consciousness about what is wounding. It changes every lifetime. The degrees and the sign that it's in. The sign matters and the degree matters. So we know that. Let me go back to Lynette. So Lynette, hers is in. Lynette, are you okay to talk about it? Yeah, okay. Lynette's Chiron is at 28 degrees in the sign of Pisces. So 28, at around the age of 28, 27, 28, 29, Lynette was trying to make big girl life choices in her life. And she was at a pivotal moment. Do I get high? Do I pay attention to life? Do I find the right path? What do I do? And it's not just get high. It's Pisces is, I will do something that I can avoid. Eat, drink, get high, shop. I don't want to have to deal with it. Numb out. Or Pisces is, I want to be part of it. I want to be so stone cold sober. I want to take this all in and remember it. And there's that fine line because it's the fish. Pisces is the fish. And so she was presented with a moment in her life where she had to pick. Does that make sense? Can you tell me? Or you don't have to. It's okay. I don't mean to put you on the spot. So she was making a life decision for the next third of her life of what should I do here? And what am I doing with my life? Like she was sitting there, probably not at home because the ninth house is foreign people, places and things and cross-cultural experiences. She's probably dabbling in a lot of stuff, could have been away from home, new religion, new philosophy, she was not in her home base, if that makes sense. And she was trying things and she had to make a decision at around that time. And then the decision that she made will be how she has to live with it for the rest of this life, knowing that she needs to be moving in that right direction. Remember her kite? And Pluto anchoring it is like, F you, girl, get on the right track, make the right choices. Like Pluto takes no prisoners. Pluto wants the raw truth. Done. I'll quit. Okay. Sorry. I have to quit. I love you all. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Oh, I hope you find me. I'm on YouTube. Check out my Patreon. I do my lives there and on everywhere else. I love y'all.
And it looks like Spirit has arranged it so that he is actually going to be the one opening the portal at the moment of 11:11. This is so beautiful. Then we are going to hear three more songs. The third one, any of them that you know, please sing with us. We're opening the 11:11 portal of love with that frequency of unconditional love. Aho, tate dopa, odawan, pidama, wopida.
Nope, we're in ceremony, not now. Okay.
We're going to sing with our brother chief, Golden Light Eagle, Elk Song, and Grandmother Grandfather Song. So if you know these songs, please sing with us. And the third song we're going to sing, we're going to spread the light with this little light of mine. So receive all this love from the Elk Nation and radiate it out when you sing that song. Our job today is to receive this light here on the Ihanktamal land and radiate it out all over Turtle Island and see it going all around Mother Earth, embracing the earth. Oh, go ahead, Eddie. Hey, Haka, Odawa, Elk Song.
He kakaoya te wa, he a o he lo, o he makasito me a, he a o he lo, o he ni tunga shela, he a o he lo. Hey, kaka oya te wa, hey oh, hey wakase tombia, hey oh, hey hey tukashila. Hey, oh, hey, kaka, oh, ya, te, wa, hey, oh, hey, wakase, to, ne, hey, oh, hey, tukashila, hey, Chene toka shilaya, bicho wing kuyelo kweya, hey na wing kuyelo kweya, chene toka shilaya, bicho wing kuyelo kweya. Oh, chene toka shilaya, with your wings yellow, hey, Dakota, kaya, uspe makia, pelo, hey, oh, chene toka shilaya, with your wings yellow, Chene toka shilaya, with your wings to yellow, and our wings to yellow, oh, chene toka shilaya, with your wings to yellow, oh, chene toka shilaya, with your wings to yellow, hey, Dakota, kaya, uspe magia, pelo, hey, oh, Ucene toccatilaya, with your wings to yellow fire. Ucene toccatilaya, with your wings to yellow fire. Ain't no way to yellow fire. Ucene toccatilaya, with your wings to yellow fire. Ucene toccatilaya, with your wings to yellow fire. Hey, Dakota, magia, pero, ucene toccatilaya, with your wings we are ucene toccatilaya, with your wings we are Hey, now wings we are ucene toccatilaya, with your wings we are Ucene toccatilaya, with your wings yellow fire. Hey, Dakota, urbe magia, pero fire. Hey, ucene toccatilaya, with your wings yellow fire.
They're trying to get me to use one of these things. Hello. All right, let's do the radiating, sending, expanding, projecting from your heart. Imagine yourself in a time when you first fell in love, or you first picked up your newborn baby, and that sweetest, strongest, unconditional, biggest love. Let's radiate that out now to everyone on this planet and beyond. I do. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. I don't know the words. It's mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This little, sing it, please. I don't know the words by heart. Sing it big. Gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Shine, let it shine, let it shine. I'm gonna let it shine. Under bushel, no, I'm gonna let it shine. Shine, let it shine, let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Fourth time, dance around, move, spread the light. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. One more. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Okay, return to the seats that are now formed in a circle and take off your shoes. This. Could I have that chair beside me, please? We're gonna close the door here, close it. So relatives, that's how you take something that is happened that is unexpected and you turn it into unexpected benevolent change. So the ceremony was set up to begin in a different way, but we didn't have time. We ran over the time to make our circle and to come together with a little preparation. So we just dove right into it. And Spirit showed us this, 3 special words: unexpected, benevolent, change. And when I started to look at the timing, I could see what's going to happen is Carrie Lone Wolf is going to open the portal. It's happening. So I had asked him to do our 4 Directions song, but it was going to come a little bit later. No, Spirit said he's opening that doorway. So we just opened a light portal for the benefit of all. So let me put out the altar that we are going to continue using our heart energy, our heart power to open this altar. Would you take the paper plate for me that's in the middle at the bottom? Middle, that's it. These 1111 have a power with the 1212 and the 1313 when placed in an altar of what we call the altar of Holy Boy, which is known as the boy Christ, which just means to everyone, love energy. So these are the symbols for today. There are 7 symbols for each and every day. So we're activating this portal. Would you set that in the center so everyone can feel it? Just go ahead, set it in the center of the floor. That's our altar for the day. We're gonna activate all the symbols of the 1111 in their 4 directions way, which is another energy amplified in an additional power. And you put that right on top of there. They're called vortexes. They're an 1111 symbol, shift 90 degrees, shift 90 degrees, shift 90 degrees. And we don't even know how much power that those have, but we do know that it's all love and we can spread it wherever we want to spread it from the base, from the heart. So we're generating this heart energy. We're blessing the Mitakweyasi, everything that you know and love and feel and are connected to. This is the day, this is the time to give a big blessing. Love can counterbalance, uplift, change anything that's going on out there. We're not giving energy to that. We're giving energy to this. Blessing, blessing, blessing. So the original beginning that I was going to do was to show everyone the symbol of life. That's the double-headed arrow. It's violet, grandmother turtle. And the star guardian is Quetzalcoatl. And the ascended master is Archangel Gabriel. And I was going to start with having you all put this symbol in your spine from the top of your head in the back all the way to the tailbone. This is called instantaneous grounding. And this teaching is in your Star Wheel of Humanity in your 1111 book in the back. This is from the Ceremony of the Stars. These ways came through by the way of the Chanupa, and our brother Standing Elk was the interpreter. So when you see this in your spine, it's a good way to begin ceremony. You start with taking your shoes off and grounding. And then the second thing that I was planning to do, what we're doing it now, the second symbol is called Universal Law of Movement and Balance with the Whale Nation, the Pleiadian people, star system, and Maitreya. The whale people understand movement and balance. The symbol is blue. So here's what it tells in the 4 doors of Metatron, also called the Star Wheel of Humanity, in the back of the book. You put this symbol, you see it as a blue streamer around your group, and you become one heart. It molds you into one being. So you're going to have a drum group, a meditation group, any type of circle where you want to have that one flower of life unifying everyone. So that's what it talks about. Go to your teaching of Universal Law of Movement and Balance in the back of your book. So I'm teaching right from the book, but we're doing it. So you ground yourself individually. You circle your group with the blue streamer, and it advises us to take like 3 minutes quiet meditation with that streamer around us. It's a good way to begin your circle. I'm talking about living the symbols day by day, and with whatever activity you're planning or doing. Go to your book, read the Metatron, 4 doors of Metatron, the symbols that are our moons, and figure out which of those applications goes with what you're doing. So let me talk about movement and balance just a little bit more. That symbol, if you place it under your chair, it's going to help like a 2-year-old who's hopping all around, hyperactivity, or under the chair like my red pony here, to help an elder move faster, movement and balance. Stick it up in your office. I have one by my computer. I have one under my chair. And one time I had a girlfriend who was driving her kids home through the Ozark Mountains every day, crooked and steep. And I rode with her one day, and I thought, she has no business driving these babies through the mountains like this. And I snuck out and put on the Universal Law of Movement and Balance on a paper plate under her driver's seat. Pay attention, use the symbols, meaning pray with the symbols. And pray with the symbols means call the guardians. And you now have your books, and that's the message by the way of the pipe. And those messages will tell you how to apply it. You use your heart, your mind, your creativity, your heart, and the teachings as they were given. Just keep reading them. Just keep looking at them. So Metatron has 12 symbols and the Antakarana in the center. Each of those 12 symbols has 3 teachings, 3 applications. We just talked about putting it under the chair of a child or an elder. You could do that. We talked about unifying a group. So 3 applications. This book had apps before we ever knew what apps were. So you have 36 applications, okay? And you can think about when I'm dancing at Sundance, I'm thinking about where I'm standing, and I'm thinking about where those 4 doors are. This altar begins in the north. Metatron's altar, who is an angel, who is guiding us through this way of 12 with the 13th in the center, begins in the north. So we have a song that goes with it. It begins with the Tatanka Oyate, Buffalo Nation. And it has those 3 gates, and each gate has those 3 teachings. So you can get a big set of teachings if you go and stand in the north at Sundance and dance Metatron, dance the north teachings, 3 symbols. In your book, it looks like this, okay? Except put it in a circle, because when Standing Elk had the software, it wouldn't go in a circle. The software was limiting, and it turned out to be a diamond shape, but this is a circle. So the three in the north, Tatanka. Now you move to the east, and you have 3 gates, and each one of these symbols has 3 applications. And learn them and use them in your life. The last teaching in this book, one eye, Ishtawaji. In the last few paragraphs, he gives us our job, our work with these. He says, and walking with these medicines of Emmanuel, Saint Germain, Kuan Yin, One Eye, and Archangel Michael, and thus shall the Morning Star Teachings of Creator, so he calls the whole book by that name, the Morning Star Teachings of Creator, again return unto the land. So if you're going to have sweats and you draw that symbol in the pit, you return it to the land. If you're going to heart to hand, you're going to draw it in the air. Same thing. Our job is to anchor these symbols, this light, into this dimension. And we've been given the exact everything easy. Sacred responsibility. That's what the bear says. Take up your sacred responsibility. So I am here nudging you, kicking you, shouting at you. We don't do this, then you look out and you cry around when you watch the news. No, don't be watching the news. Anyway, I have those vortexes stuck on front of my TV to remind me when that TV comes on, I am praying. Get with the program. Put those vortexes, and they're in your books, and I've got a bunch of extra ones. You can make them any size. I've got silver dollar size. They're on the dashboard of my car, in the backpack, on the outer pocket, so it radiates out. Any thought form that you want. Spirit said they wanted this one in gold. We all know how to do the work. Sometimes we go out to recess and we forget to come back in. And Grandmother Windrider, my galactic starry mother, in 1999 at our Star Knowledge Conference, it was the White Buffalo Calf Woman Conference. Grandfather Wallace Black Elk was there. Funny stories, good stories. He was there. And the Hyder family allowed us to have sweats just outside where that holy one was in her pin. And I was standing up, and he was looking. He wasn't paying attention to me, he was just looking. He was memorizing every stick and stone, because the Hyder family said he could build a sweat lodge, but everything had to be put back where it was. And he put back where it was. Everything. There's been a lot of good work so that we can walk with this. It looks like a book now, but it was many sacred, deep ceremonies according to the oldest ways. And Standing Oak was our representative in the 3rd dimension to get this brought in correctly. I was there, I was the grounder. I just can sit on my butt for a very long time, so without moving, and then fix the buffalo suit, you know. Same thing we all do. So, okay, Metatron. Go in there and find out these applications that apply, and then get creative, okay? I was teaching these to a woman who was flying to Washington, D.C., and the Universal Law of Life symbol, double-headed arrow, violet, she's flying over the Washington Monument. And when you read the 4 doors of Metatron, they say, put that symbol in a vertical monument such as, and you all are already ahead of me, the Yankton Sioux Monument down here near the river. The symbol's been put in there many a time, every time you drive past, right? Washington Monument. Then when she flew over the U.S. Capitol, guess what she did? Vortex wheel, because I had given her a vortex book. Over the U.S. Capitol, on and on and on. She has crossed over now. She traveled the world with the vortex booklet on her lap in an airplane or in whatever ceremony. I would look over at her the last Star Knowledge ceremony she was with us at Serpent Mound. And she had that every moment that Eagle was on the drum, she had that vortex wheel sitting on her lap, praying with it. So that's where your own creativity comes in. That's where your own intuition, which triggers wisdom, comes in. Get your head out of the way and say, oh, she'd be in a motel like they were in India and the Ganges River was dirty, dirty, dirty. So she couldn't get out there. She put it on the windowsill and you send that vortex out. I like to do it like it's like a, what do they call it? Frisbee, like that movement, you know, put it out there, a Frisbee of. So coming up here, there was some kind of smokestacks and far away I could see no, those are not clouds. That doesn't just, oh, smokestacks. So you take that vortex wheel and send it over there and make your prayer. A good set of prayers goes with the 7 of the next inner wheel. So the outer wheel is the moons. The next wheel in is 6 and the 7th in the center, days of the week. And you can utilize that wheel. And then the center wheel is 4 symbols, and those are your seasons. So this is your calendar, moons, days of the week, seasons, and it's all bound together with the Antakarana, spider symbol, grandmother star spider. So I'm going really fast, but it's in your book, and it's explained in the Star Knowledge calendar booklet. So, okay, we can walk 1 symbol each moon, 1 symbol each day, and then 1 symbol each season. That is called the 11:11. Now we also have the solstices and the equinoxes. You know, we're going to do, like Sundance is going to come up on a solstice. Those are 8 legs of the spider. That's your ikotomi wichakon. And Nikki has put on the announcements that this is the ceremony of remembrance. That's one of the 8 legs of the spider. So I'm going to show you very quickly how that works. Because every year when we come for the 11:11 Star Knowledge, we're coming for ceremony of remembrance because that's where we are on the wheel. There's the spider wheel. Ceremony of remembrance is one of the 8 legs of the spider. So you have winter, spring, summer, fall, and the cross quarters in between. And the cross quarter that started on Halloween, ceremony of remembrance of the ancestors. That's the full name of the ancestors. And you know the old stories, what Halloween was all about. You know, the ancestors could be contacted, especially at midnight on that night. The veil was thin. Those are old teachings. Contact with the ancestors, appreciation for the ancestors. That's why I chose, after the elk song, for us to sing the ancestors song. That was to honor what we're doing here. Ceremony of remembrance of the ancestors. And Standing Up taught me that they just love to dance when they hear that song. So we did that with our love and gratitude for the ancestors, especially in this time. So know your wheel of 8. And most everybody on this earth understands solstices and equinoxes. So you already have that in you, probably from kindergarten, 1st, 2nd grade. And then you learn the cross quarters, those special ones. And so you have winter, and then what we call Groundhog Day. And so what is happening with these symbols, they're working with their portals in the universe. So let me just do the portals. The ceremony, this winter solstice, is called Ceremony of Rebirthing, and we're opening a Pleiadian portal with that symbol. So you draw it with your hand, heart to hand. You draw it on the earth. You sing songs for the Pleiadians, the 7 sisters, and you call the guardians, and you open the Pleiadian portal. Then renewal, ceremony of renewal is Groundhog's Day, and we open a portal from the Syrians, and the Syrians send their love and energy and their essence to us. When we use that symbol, sing the songs, call those guardians, open that portal. And what's happening is that's happening all over the earth. These books and symbols have been taken to all the continents. They're everywhere. We're doing this as one human family. It's not just you on the Ihankawang reservation or me down in wherever you are. It's all of us all over the world who we've spread these calendar ways with their books everywhere. And most every human remembers solstices and equinoxes. So for sure, the human family is much more unified at those times. So don't just go to work and come home or whatever. Oh, it's Halloween, I'm going to put on a funny hat. No. It's work for the star people, and we're the star people. Then we have spring equinox, ceremony of awakening. We open the Lyran portal. Oftentimes we've done that over at Serpent Mound with Terry. Ceremony of expectation, May 1. Everybody knows May Day around the world. But now we're putting the starways with it. Universal Mother. These are the symbols of Universal Mother. These 8 legs, it's a female work. It's a female, you could say, umbrella energy. The big energy is Universal Mother over the 8 legs of the spider. Then attainment. Here's Sundance. Attainment. We know the sun is the strongest. We know the day is the longest. Now what's happening with the 8 legs? The doorway from the Andromedans is the one that we open with that symbol. And the Andromedans are the sacred clowns. And what do we have on the 3rd day of Sundance? 3rd day of Sundance, summer solstice. 3rd day of Sundance, sacred clowns come. We have the clown round. That's why Brother Standing Elk, Golden Light Eagle aligned our Sundance where the 3rd day of Sundance is summer solstice. Because the Andromedan portal was open, the clowns were going to come in. And from way, way, way back, Sundance has had on the 3rd day a clown round. He aligned it with the 12-12. Because you could have your Sundance in many different time frames. Before that, he had 3rd day of Sundance as full moon of June. And then we got these symbols, and he shifted it. That's what that shift was about. This governs your Sundance, if you choose it, or wherever you are on that 3rd day. Just pay attention. There's going to be clowns. Things are going to run backwards, whatever. I mean, those are simple teachings. That's not the deep teachings, but it gets you started in understanding wherever you are, whatever you're doing, pay attention on that day and utilize the symbols and read the messages and make the prayers in alignment with brothers and sisters all over the earth who knew good and well that it's summer solstice. We are really unified on summer solstice around this earth. Midsummer Night's Dream, Shakespeare. This is so old, but now we're adding in, and the symbols are old also. They're 52,000 years old. I'll tell that story separately. All right, so we're still going around. Now we go to a ceremony. This is indigenous. August 1, first fruits, green corn ceremony. It's not in the white calendar. It's not in the European dominant culture calendar. The green corn. That's August 1. Then you have ceremony of giving thanks. That will be fall equinox. You can say Thanksgiving, but it's a different thing than when you say giving thanks. The verb, I'm an English teacher. The verb, what are you doing? Giving thanks. Thanksgiving is a noun. Giving is action. You see the difference? See how it shifts? You can feel it. The ceremony of giving thanks, not the ceremony of thanksgiving. That's not what the Spirit said. Pay attention to what the Spirit said. The word choices are specific. The word choices, you know, carry an energy. Somebody frowns at you and says a certain energy when they speak, or they smile at you and say a different energy, same words, different energy. These are the same words. The energy is so that it's a giving thanks. All right, that is the portal for the Orions to come in. And then you open Ursa Major right now. We have opened the portal on the night of October 31st, and we're in that period of time with the Ursa Major. So these are star alignments in the 8 legs of the spider, and they're called the 8 Mother Earth ceremonies of life. Mother Earth, because it's Mother Earth's dance around the sun. We view things from the Mother Earth's viewpoint around the sun. And Mother Earth ceremony of life. We're calling in the life, the light from these star nations. We're giving that life we're sharing with the plants, the bugs. This is our opportunity. Every time we use a ceremony, it can be a symbol for the day. You are bringing in life for yourself and radiating out, Matakwiyasi. However, to the fairies, the elementals, the waters, however you feel it that day. So that will be the difference. We're going to do ceremony on the same day all around the earth, but the individual prayers, unless like today, we all dedicated to the same focus, which opens the 1111 portal. But on a day-to-day basis, you're co-creating with the symbol, and you're going to give the light to create life on this planet. So these are the 8 Mother Earth ceremonies of life, and that's your 1111. So just quickly, the 1313 are the new moon, or the first moon and first quarter and third quarter of the moon. And they go up your spine and they activate up your spine. And they bring balance. So you have new moon, full moon, full moon, going up the spine. And you have first dimension, the first lunation, second, third, fourth, fifth. Every moon you ascend through the dimensions. And that is an ascension through the year. So you have 12 moons, right? In a 12 calendar. So what happens? So you're coming up and up and up, feminine, masculine, activating, the symbols activate your spine. You get to here, that's the 12th, in a year where there's no 13th moon. So the calendar that's prepared for 2025, there is a 13th moon, and therefore you're activating all the way through to the skull and the door to creator, coming and going. So that calendar being stripped, where's Tyler? He'll love this. There's Tyler. The messing with the calendar, Pope Gregory got caught by the dark side. And the messing with the calendar meant you cut people off here in terms of opening. And why did we do 12 anyway? Disrespect for the divine feminine, grandmother moon. This 1313 way is so important for many, many reasons. So I want to go back to, how did we get this? Grandpa Lauren standing up, Chief Golden Light Eagle, and he had 9 names altogether. He prayed. Once he got the 1111 symbols, he prayed for asking the spirits. He said, I prayed for an understanding how to work with the symbols in the 13 moon way. So this came of the way of the Chanupa. So you can see the difference. You're activating all 13, okay? And there are other galactic understandings about those numbers. 13, and 13 is 26. We just completed a 26,000 year cycle, major. The center of that 26,000 year cycle has a doorway, 36 years. Started in 1994, and it'll close in 2030. And that's just linear thinking. It doesn't really close. But what this time period is this. It's an opportunity for us to clean up our messes. It's an opportunity to straighten up and fly right, because the energies are so advanced, enhanced, speeded up. The little photon, we have these little, it's called the photon confederacies, these little beings that are lightning quick. So that when you say something, it can manifest. You think something and it can happen. Things are really speeded up now. So you want to clean up a mess? You want to work with Nape Tosha. I know forgive my incorrect pronunciation. Nape hand. Tosha, violet hand. Work with Archangel Saint Germain and ask him to transmute whatever it is. And right now there's a group of grandmothers, and Saint Germain came through Nape Tosha. He came through a sister in Brazil. I was watching on the Zoom. He came in and he said, everybody hold up your hands. We held up our hands and he blessed all our hands. And he said, now at noon every day, anything negative within you, without, that you've seen in the last 24 hours, clear it, throw it into the violet transmuting flame at noon. So he started that, and that program, that Zoom that I was on, was worldwide. There were 22 grandmothers in that circle, and we were from Guatemala, Uluru, Australia, Switzerland, Brazil, Japan. And so that put those points of light, those grandmothers praying every day at noon. And I just made a text really fast and sent it to everybody on my phone list. At noon every day, pray to release the negativity into the violet flame. In other words, homework, boys and girls, take up sacred responsibility. Embrace your challenges. So I quote the book all the time. That's all I know is the book. So that's how we do this. Okay, now I want to skip to the children's calendar. By the way, this page right here in your book, this was what the spirits had me put on the screen when the book went to Istanbul. So all the people are sitting there, 3,000 people are seeing this screen. It did not matter what I said at all. The spirits were activating the people through this. So when you get your guidebook, that page is in there. 11:11, and here's 11:11, and this is 11:11. This is the earth, not the sun. And this teepee in the old way. One day I was sitting over here, the house where Nikki lives, and her mom, Roz, was sometimes she'd let Eagle stay there if he would behave. And then he'd drag me in. And we were in the basement with tables for typing. I was typing the 1313 book, and he would leave, come back. One day he came back. He was so excited, but he wasn't saying anything. So he had his tables over in one corner, and he went over there, and he's working and working and working. He's wanting to record and put on to save a video. Remember when he carried that little video camera around? He had been down the river. They were getting ready to do Lewis and Clark days down at Yankton, right on the river. So we're setting up, and he sees this old guy setting up a teepee. So he starts filming and respectful. He didn't say anything. Finally, the guy was finished, and he explains, and why was he so excited? It's because it's these symbols. It's the 12 poles for the moons. That's what the elders said. He was doing 12 poles and the moons. And in the center is our fire. And then this is my artwork of then the 7 pins, buttons, are the 7 of you. That's your 7 chakras, only we don't say chakras. In the teachings, it's the 7 inner stars, 7-star tetrahedron. And if you look at the picture that Sherwin drew of the bear, there's a great big blue tetrahedron. You have 7-star tetrahedron within you. Soul stars, seed stars. It's the way you're made in terms of light energy. And that's you. So think about it. The buffalo robe is pulled around to make a teepee. And it forms the home. It symbolizes, or metaphorically, that's you. That's your 7. Now, I didn't finish the drawing. I didn't remember to put around the poles that do the rain flaps. I didn't put the ropes. So that makes 4. And that's your 4 seasons. So that's this circle here. The moons, the days of the week with the 7th, which is the 7, which is you, your 7 stars. And then the 4 seasons, which is the rain poles and the ropes. And he came home, wanted to see, got everything on that computer and got it, made sure it was saved. Then he came over and told me, he said, this is what I just saw. You're not going to believe this. So we would go around and teach that the teepee. So that's why the teepee is on this page. The teepee is also the 11:11. Okay, in that way that he was shown by this elder that he hadn't seen before. Okay, now let's do the children's calendar. I need this big circular table around me with all my books around me in a circle. It doesn't really have to do with books anyway, but it makes it pretty easy to, nope, that's the 8. I need the 7 of the days of the week, because we're talking about the children's calendar. Nope, it's not in there. Would you open this and start turning the pages, and I'll tell you when to stop. Hmm? Okay.
For everyone here, lunch is ready. So we're going to be working through lunch. So if you guys wanted to grab something, go up there and grab something and then come back to your seats, or, because we're going to be working, this is going to be a while. Plus we have a presentation coming in about 15 minutes. That's going to be online. That's going to be starting very soon.
That is the Great White Brotherhood. The speaker will be Patricia Cota-Robles, sponsored by the Green Terra team. Patricia Cota-Robles is from the Great White Brotherhood. She will not say that. You will not see it written down anywhere. An elder taught me that. So that's why we all feel to pay attention to participate. More. Yeah, just keep going. What we're going to do is something that you can do at home with a paper plate. No, one more, 2 more. Paper plate, and get out a bunch of quarters so you can draw circles. The next one. Nope, next one. I'm sorry, everybody. I usually, this one, all right. This is the days of the week. Would you pull that one out of there, or just open the calendar and bust it out of there? This is the days of the week, and this is why we do the calendar in terms of our body. Yeah, all right. Now watch this. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That is the activation of your body in the shape of a toroid sphere. Look up later, human body toroid sphere. Your body energy moves in that pattern. The calendar moves those, when you do the symbols a day at a time, a day and a symbol and a day and a symbol, you activate your own body torus, and you keep yourself tuned up. And I am sure that those things like those EMFs or whatever come off of phones and everything, they're less likely to have an effect on you if you're tuned up. It's like tuning up your car, but you do the calendar one symbol at a time, 52 weeks out a year. And so here's what we do for the children's calendar. So I had Chris's little girl doing this the other day. She really got into it fast. They get into it so fast, and then you pin it on the refrigerator and it's there forever. So you draw for the Manitou, you're going to draw a wolf for Sunday, and then the kid draws for Monday a turtle, for Tuesday a red-tailed hawk, for Wednesday the hummingbird, Thursday the whale, Friday the panther the panther Friday, and then an owl for Saturday. Now, why are those names there? It's because in the Iktomi book, we were given the teaching of the inner planets. They said, call us by these names. So if it's Monday, today's Monday, it's Earth Day, turtle. Tomorrow is Mars, red-tailed hawk. Wednesday is hummingbird. Mercury goes round and round fast. Thursday is Jupiter, big whale day. Friday is Panther, Venus, and Saturday is Owl, Saturn. And that's not the owl teaching that's in the light, sound, and vibration teaching. This is the owl that is the day of the week that represents the inner planetary. You are working with the inner planets. So when you read the teaching of Venus, she says, have right relationship with your solar family. Right relationship with your solar family, then they turned around and put it out as the calendar. Every day of the week, you're in relation to one of the inner planets. And that's how you do relationship to the inner planets, day by day by day, symbol by symbol by symbol, activating the body torus, keeping your body tuned up. And so you put it on the on the refrigerator and your child has drawn a picture for each of the days. And then you put another wheel on there with the symbol for each of the days. I usually am not comfortable putting a symbol on top of the child's drawing. They don't like that. They really, so there's their drawings. Here's Turtle Day. And they look over here. Oh, that's Earth Day. And that's the symbol of intuition. So today is intuition, and it happens to be a double intuition. And it's the root chakra. Today is we're grounding these symbols in, see? It's root. And if they're really, really young, you can just teach them the stars. Violet Star Day, Red Star Day, Blue Star Day, Orange Star Day, Indigo Star Day. You'll have to teach them indigo. And then Yellow Star Day for the solar plexus, and Green Star Day, which is always Saturday. Pretty soon, so there's 3 ways you can teach the children's calendar. Just the star, but the order, the pattern is still activating their body. The name of the planet with its Earth name. So what I would encourage you to do is this. Get your kids off of the European vocabulary, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Throw away, this is not Europe. This is not Thor's Day. It's Whale Day. And they'll remember, they'll relate. Do you relate to Thor or do you relate to a whale? The earth names, they will relate to the earth names for the days of the week. So put your children on the earth names. And by the way, then they come to slowly connect with the inner planets. So it has several layers. The simplest way is to just do the name of the star. Today is Red Star Day. And I always remember when I'm looking ahead, it's like, oh yeah, it's a day to stay grounded. Now I'm wearing red, right? Here's what Brother Sherwin used to do. So we'd be at Sundance and he and I would camp together and we get up in the morning and just stand there, watch the people come out of their tents and start to move. And he was an artist, sensitive to light and color. And we looked to see what color they were wearing, and we could count 6 people wearing red T-shirts on Red Star Day. It's so intuitive. Pay attention. So you could put your kid in a T-shirt that day and overtly teach it directly or not. Or they see you wearing a red T-shirt on Monday. So you can have a lot of fun with those 7 days, knowing that you are activating you. You're helping you. When Eagle would start to teach, he would pick up the book and he'd say, this is all about you. So it's how we become clean, how we purify, how we vibrate as a starry being, become shiny again, all those things. One Choctaw grandmother, she was blind, but she had been able to see till about 1950. And then nobody would leave her alone. So I would sit by her at Sundance. And she told me about the regalia, the dresses that the women used to wear when she was young. She described the whole thing. And then they put on something that I didn't know what it was. I'm a sewing grandma, but I still did not know what this was. And my grandmother and my great-grandmother, so but I've got an idea. So I'll just let you get your own idea. And they get the dress finished, and then she'd say, and then we put on the Indian shine. Where's Nikki? I think she's got on the Indian shine today. There she is. See there? She's got on the Indian shine. So once you follow these ways, day by day, what are you doing? You're becoming the starry self. Can't nothing stop it. It doesn't matter if somebody down the street decides to shoot off guns or whatever. Are you going to be, it's our job. It's what we wanted. It's why we came here. We was like, somebody please show me the path back to the golden light. The 7 days of the week is also called your Merkaba. And bless yourself by sitting still and imagine yourself, know, manifest, call it in, do it. You're a ball of gold light. You're a ball of golden light, boys and girls. You're a ball of golden light. Fill it out, expand it, and walk around like that. Keep your vibration up there. The golden Christ light, Christ consciousness, whatever words you want for it, that is you. And things cause you to get shrunk down. Things like low self-esteem, everybody's had that. Let's do some judgment. Let's put in, it was a whole soup of things because you came here perfect. And this is what the Spirit said. You are an eternal, magnificent being, born perfect, here on purpose to create light. So I can teach on this stuff for days, but the Spirits wanted me to talk about Metatron because there's 36 applications in there. And when we're out there doing that, our program, our plan is, it's unstoppable, but it needs the human, it needs the ground crew. And then we're teaching our children galactic calendar ways simply by teaching them the 7 stars and the 7 symbols that go with it. And then 52 weeks a year. So you have this dream of your kids being happy and healthy and having a good life. And when you're gone, they'll have the calendar. They'll have the way of the circle. They won't have the rows and columns, the military square world way. You want to leave them on the old calendar? That's what you got. It creates fear. That vibration, the 1260 vibration. Oh, I'm afraid I'm going to be late. Why? It's a clock. Afraid, time. You're afraid of time. 60, 12. The 1320 vibration of the calendar is set up with the 1111 frequency to switch you to love, from fear to love. Do you choose the fear calendar or the love calendar? That's why I always tell people, get the love calendar for your relatives for Christmas. You want to give a love gift for Christmas? Give them the 13 moon calendar. And then you just leave behind the Gregorian thought form, the frequency that hurts us every day. It makes your skin more tense when you're on the 1212 calendar, the 1260, you're more tense. Just like high decibels of sound frequency they can measure your skin being tight. Or when you're, guess what? When you're in the 13 moon way, you're more intuitive and your gifts open. Gifts of telepathy, whatever, by location. How are we going to get those gifts open? We're going to get them open by day to day. Do it yourself. Walk it. These symbols, the 1111 frequency, they're specifically set up to awaken your gifts. Whatever you came in with, plus the ones that I just meant, clairaudience, clairvoyance. You want those gifts? Do the work. So it's set up to relax us when we are not in that other frequency, the fear. When we're in the love frequency, we relax and we feel safe and we feel secure, which means we're peaceful. And that's the best gift we can give to Mother Earth, is to be peaceful human beings. When we're at peace, that's what she wants. That's what she needs. And there's deep, deep, deep. Okay, I got to stop. I got to stop. He says, I got to stop. You get the idea. Get out there and use the symbols day by day and ground them, or grandma's going to kick your butt. That's what we're here for. Make no mistake about it. At the 1999 conference, this is what happened with Grandmother Windrider. So she's got us on the grass, right, in a semicircle, and she's sitting there, and it's like you never knew what she was going to say. So first thing she said was, and she said it real compassionate, real sweet, like, oh, she was sucking us in, boy. I knew better. And she goes, everybody here has a story. And we're all like, we're remembering our story. And she goes, cut it. It's like our brother Blue Elk said at the sweat the other night. Your worst enemy is who you were yesterday. And then she says, so by then we're like shook up and we know she's going to give us direct and to the point, Scorpio teachings. And she says, time for homework is done. And if you are getting teachings, consider yourself lucky. Time for homework is done. Oh, Matapiasi.
So I'm going to turn up the broadcast that grandmother's silver star here has requested. So
We have all of the air we need.
this is the
all of the
ceremony
water
that's
we
going
need,
on YouTube
all
around the
of
world
the
right now.
major kingdoms
We got
for
about
food
2
and
minutes for the next
sustenance of our
11:11.
physical body.
What is that,
need.
mountain time?
The original
So
plan
this is a ceremony
was
going on right
that
now.
the elemental kingdom would be able to sustain this magnificent, plentiful, abundant Garden of Eden and our earthly bodies in vibrant health, eternal youth, perfect form and function, so that we would be able to use our gift of free will and our creative faculties of thought and feeling to manifest new expressions of divinity, learning to be co-creators with our Father, Mother, God. The original divine plan was that the elemental kingdom would sustain this perfection in our earthly bodies so that we would not be distracted by all of the maladies that we have created since our fall from grace. Our 4 earthly bodies consist of the elemental kingdom too, and our earthly bodies are not the divinity of our I am presence. They are the vehicle that our I am presence uses to navigate around in the physical plane. So I'm going to take just a minute to explain this, because the healing that's going on today is working with healing and transfiguring the human miscreations within not only the climate and the elemental kingdom and the tumultuous things that have been happening with the elements because of our fall from grace, but what has been happening within our earthly body as well. Our physical body is associated with the earth element, and it is literally the vehicle, this miraculous technological expression of life is the vehicle that our I am presence uses, and our soul, many people refer to our I am presence as our soul, navigates around in the physical plane. We then have an etheric body that is associated with the air element, and our etheric body extends a little beyond our physical body, interpenetrates, and there's an etheric counterpart to every cell and organ of our physical body. Our etheric body is known as the seat of all memory, and every thought, word, action, or feeling we express passes through this etheric body and is recorded there. For a portion of that moves with us lifetime after lifetime. When we have completed the learning a lesson or the lifetime experience and no longer need to focus on that that's recorded in our etheric body, it becomes dormant, but it remains there for future learning experience and understanding if we need it. In addition to that, we have our mental body, and our mental body is associated with the fire element. And there's a lot of discussion at this time of whether our mental body and our physical brain structure are 2 different things, or if they're one and the same. And this is an important knowing that will help us as we move through the various challenges in our physical body. The physical body, brain structure, and our mental body are 2 different vehicles. Our mental body is one with the divine mind of God, and it is always whole and complete, and it transmits our thoughts through our physical brain structure to manifest in the physical world of form. Our physical brain structure can be damaged or have chemical imbalances or have traumas associated with it through strokes or catastrophic brain damage or Alzheimer's and all of the different experiences that we've had. Even when we're in a coma, our physical brain structure can be blocked so that the thoughts that our mental body is receiving cannot be transmitted through our physical brain structure. But what's important for us to understand, the mental body absorbs all of that knowledge and thoughts, knows exactly the full experience we're having in our physical body, and that information is recorded in our etheric body to take with us lifetime after lifetime. So there's no such thing as a wasted life experience, even if on a conscious level, the brain, which is incredibly brilliant technology, cannot be transmitted. The beings of light have said, this just as an aside for us to begin understanding the magnitude of the technology of our brain, that our brain is literally millions of times more complex and more able to transmit thoughts and work the technology of our brain than the most advanced technology in the physical world of form, even the full capacity of our AI intelligence. In addition to that, the mental body, we have the element of the water, which is our emotional body. So we have the physical, the etheric, the mental, and now the emotional body. Our emotional bodies are our most powerful vehicle. This is our feeling nature. And all of our energy is released through our 80% of our life force is released through our emotions. And the other 20% is divided among our thoughts and our feelings and our physical activities in the outer world. When we are breathed forth from the heart of God, we have from the elemental kingdom a being, a feminine being of light that is known as a silent watcher. This being of light receives and absorbs the immaculate concept from our I am presence of our full divine potential as a son or daughter of God and the perfection of our earthly bodies. We are also assigned a body elemental, which is the divine intelligence that guides our body, and also the elemental beings that create the atoms and molecules of the physical, etheric, mental, and emotional bodies. There's been known through science that there is an intelligence involved in the earthly body that we are not consciously participating in. We can eat food and our body transfigures that into heart cells and brain cells and liver cells and spleens and all kinds of different functioning activities without any conscious direction from us. That is because of the intelligence of our body elemental. And our body elemental is working with us moment by moment. Now, what we are being asked to understand at this time is that initially, when we were breathed forth from the heart of God and we volunteered to descend into a third dimensional reality, which is a time and space continuum. Time and space only exists in the third and fourth dimensions. And for us to learn how to be co-creators more quickly, it was determined by our Father, Mother, God that we would step down into a physical reality so that we could experience the results of our actions more quickly. And when we first came forth from the heart of God through our I am presence, we descended into the physical plane of earth and began working with the body elemental and the silent watcher to magnetize the unformed primal light to form our earthly bodies, the physical, etheric, mental, and emotional bodies. And our body elemental goes through all of the experiences with us, and lifetime after lifetime creates the vehicle that we choose to evolve in, to learn the experiences, to complete our karmic lessons, to transmute our misqualified energy. This is such an important thing for us to understand at this moment, because this has truly been beyond the comprehension of our finite mind, because we lost awareness of that when we fell from grace into separation and duality. And we started dealing with our fragmented and fear-based consciousness of our fallen human ego that believed that its purpose and reason for being was to gratify our senses, and that whatever it needed to do to accomplish that was just fine. If we could accept and understand the reality of what is happening with our earthly bodies and our evolutionary experience and the elemental kingdom, it would be such an incredible awakening that would convince us and help us realize how ludicrous it is for us to be prejudiced or for us to discriminate against any other part of life. When we are between embodiments and we are choosing to come back into the physical plane, the company of heaven and the karmic board reveal to us our life path, our karmic liabilities, and we voluntarily choose what outer world experience we would like to have so that we can quickly move forward in the light. And since the fall from grace, we've taken on a lot of challenging situations so that we can complete them and create the heaven on earth that is our divine destiny. So we choose actually everything about our outer earthly experience. We choose what culture we want to be born into, what nationality, what race, what gender, what outer world experience we want to have. And our body elemental, working with our I am presence, magnetizes from the divine heart of God, the electronic light substance, to form the earthly bodies, which are not our I am presence. They are the vehicle our I am presence uses to navigate around in the physical plane. So we choose bodies from whatever culture we want to experience, whatever nationality, whatever race. And the beings of light have said at this point in time, with the mission that we are being called to fulfill, we have all been everything. And for anyone to have the consciousness, because they have chosen this experience in this particular nationality or this culture, to learn their learning experiences, for anyone to have the distorted belief that they are superior because of the color of the car they drive, or that they are inferior because of the culture or their nationality or the religion or whatever they've chosen to experience. But rather, our I am presence, the company of heaven, our Father, Mother, God, magnetize to us and we choose our Father, Mother, God that will have the correct genetic experience to allow us to experience that culture, that religion, and whatever that experience is. So that's a critical part of the healing that's going on now with this higher level of understanding. So once all of that was set in place, our elemental bodies and the consciousness working with our body elemental, with our silent watcher, with our I am presence, and all of the elemental beings, we began our experience as sons and daughters of God in the physical plane of earth. When we began making the free will choice to misqualify our thoughts and feelings in ways that were not based in love, the energy that we sent forth from our heart flame, which is always our pure life source, harmonious from the heart of God. But we have the free will to qualify it in any way we choose. So if we choose to use our emotional body to have a temper tantrum, to be angry, to be hateful, to be fearful, then that energy is a discordant frequency of vibration, and it reverberates through our physical, etheric, mental, and emotional bodies. And once we began misqualifying our gift of life, this consistent bombardment on our earthly bodies began breaking down the genetic coding that was originally designed by our body elemental and our silent watcher to reflect the perfection of vibrant health, eternal youth, perfect form and function in the physical plane of earth, using all of the elemental substance with all of the pristine beauty of the air and the water and all of the elemental substance and the things that we would need to exist in the physical plane. So we started creating aging and disease and all kinds of maladies in our earthly bodies that we are experiencing even at this time, including death as we know it, which was never part of the divine plan, that our earthly bodies just become so decrepit and so diseased that we can't sustain them in the physical plane. And we also did not intend to be dealing with the difficulty in the elemental kingdom. This energy then reflects on the pristine beauty of the Garden of Eden, and we began creating imbalances, and the fear-based consciousness of our fragmented human ego of gratifying the senses made us believe that the earth is just an inanimate object that we can use and abuse at will. So we began misqualifying the earth and hoarding things and creating all kinds of imbalances in the climate and in the way that the earth was reproducing and growing. So we started experiencing all of these inclement weather problems, earthquakes and catastrophic events taking place in the outer world. Now, what's important for us to understand at this time and with this activity of life that we are being called to fulfill today is that the elemental kingdom is a reflection of our consciousness and the thoughts, words, actions, and feelings that we are expressing. The imbalance, the atrocities that we have inflicted on the elemental kingdom through the fear-based, fragmented, fallen consciousness of our human ego have resulted in the challenges that we're having at this moment. And these events that are occurring, we absorbed the pure life force of our Father, Mother, God. And then through our free will choices, and our creative faculties of thought and feeling and our senses, we made the free will choice to misqualify that precious gift of life. And that is our free will. The life force is pure when we receive it, and we have the free will choice of how we are going to utilize it in the outer world. But what we didn't understand so clearly is that we are responsible for how we utilize that gift of life. Every atomic and subatomic particle of life that comes forth from the heart of God, that is our life force and our gift of life, is an intelligent being of light, no matter how minuscule those atoms and molecules are. What has happened is that we, over myriad lifetimes, have misqualified that gift of life, projected it through our elemental bodies, distorted and mutated our bodies and the environment on Earth into gross mutations of life. Now we are on the dawn of a new age and creating an ascension process through the shift of the ages, which is a moment in time when we are being given the opportunity to reverse the adverse effects of our fall, to transfigure and transmute back into light all of the maladies that we have inflicted on the elemental kingdom, both in our bodies and on Earth. And our responsibility in order to complete our ascension process is not only to create from this new higher fifth dimensional frequency of our life force, our gift of life, the immaculate concept of the patterns of perfection in the new earth, we have to transmute back into light the atrocities that we have inflicted on the elemental kingdom and our earthly bodies. The prophecies indicated that that would be done through what was referred to as Armageddon, catastrophic earth changes with continents sinking and millions of people losing their lives, and maybe a minuscule fraction of humanity would be awake enough to transmute our bodies and raise our consciousness so that we could make it through the shift of the ages. Some of the prophecies said 144,000. Some of them said that this would be a minuscule reflection, 10% of humanity. Others are saying through a distorted level of consciousness that only those who have accepted Jesus as their personal savior are going to make it. But through all of this process and through our fall, the company of heaven and the legions of light have not given up on us and have been working with our I am presence to transcend our fragmented, fear-based human ego that is manipulating us into this us against them, and through the totally erroneous concept that anybody in the outer world is superior because of the life they've chosen to experience in the physical plane in this one lifetime out of thousands of lifetimes, or that they're inferior because of the life stream and the race that they chose to embody to learn particular experiences, or their life culture, or their lifestyle, or any outer world thing, that we are superior to any other part of life, or that any other part of life could possibly be inferior to us. So this is the healing that now we are receiving unprecedented divine intervention, and it is evolving this activity today. This process began with harmonic convergence in August of 1987. And through that activity of light, there was enough light in the planet that the mighty Elohim, the builders of form, were able to raise the earth off of the trap of the wheel of karma that was part of our fall from grace. And we were able to activate Mother Earth's crystalline grid system for the first time. We were told at the time that this would be a 5-year process, and then there would be enough light flowing through the crystalline grid system that we could initiate a healing with the schism that was created between humanity and the elemental kingdom. If we understand that these selfless beings, these elemental beings, volunteered to come forth to sustain us, and they have been with us lifetime after lifetime. And when we began misqualifying our gift of life and our energy, these elemental beings, our body elemental and the elemental beings, were forced to manifest, because they are responsible to the I Am presence and our free will choices. They were forced to manifest the gross mutations of aging and disease and the pollution and all of the maladies in the outer world. So they were unhappy about that, needless to say. And if it wasn't for the indigenous people that came to the fore all over the world, volunteering to revere and honor and surrender their heart flames to assist the earth and the elemental kingdom, the elemental kingdom would have abandoned us in our earthly experience. So we have a debt of gratitude that we owe the indigenous people. And we were told at that time, after harmonic convergence, that after the 5 years of integrating the crystal grid system, there would be a healing that would take place that would activate the 1111 genetic codes within humanity. These are genetic codes of the transfiguration from the physical into the divine that have been encoded in our DNA, but that were dormant because of our fall from grace. That was accomplished through the unified efforts of heaven and earth, just like this activity today is being accomplished. And it was an activity that was referred to as moving through the doorway of 1111. Things were still so dense at that time, even though we'd been lifted off of the wheel of karma, that it took 6 months for this activation. And it began with a very powerful full moon lunar eclipse on July 11th, 1991. And it built in momentum until that outer world event on January 11th, 1992. During that time, the 1111 codes were activated within us, and the indigenous people came to the agreement that it was time to again reach out to the other sons and daughters of God on earth to begin healing the schism between humanity and the elemental kingdom. That caused the outer world manifestation through this plan and this facet of the divine plan that initiated in the outer world the first Earth Summit, which took place in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, the first 2 weeks in June of 1992. 1992. That event involved 176 world leaders traveling to the portal of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, representing all of the constituents in their countries. It also involved 40,000 non-governmental organizations that gathered in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. We were in physical attendance from Era of Peace. And for the first time, there was this gathering of sons and daughters of God on earth with one divine mission of finding a sustainable way to heal this planet and to move forward in the light. And of course, the outer world consciousness, a lot of the world leaders, everybody had their own agendas and their own ideas, but the I am presence of those people and the masses of humanity on earth knew exactly what was happening. Our Mother God is the exponent of the elemental kingdom. She, as her expression, as the Holy Spirit, is holding and expressing in the outer world the love nature to sustain the elemental kingdom. That's why we refer to Mother Nature and Mother Earth. At the initial impulse of the world, of the Earth Summit, our Mother Earth began flooding the entire elemental kingdom and all of humanity with her full essence of divine love. And at the apex of the Earth Summit, which was June 7th, that was Sunday, and it was not coincidentally Pentecost, which is the outer world's celebration of the baptism by sacred fire from the Holy Spirit. On that sacred day, the collective consciousness of all of those attending through their I am presence met with the rest of the I am presence of humanity around the world, with the mighty Elohim, the directors of the elements, and all of the beings of light associated with the elemental kingdom that had been serving the earth since our inception, including our silent watchers and our body elementals. With the love that had been building in momentum, both factions, the elemental kingdom and the sons and daughters of God, created a new covenant with the elemental kingdom. And humanity volunteered to accept our responsibility as stewards of the earth and to work with healing and transmuting the atrocities we have inflicted on the elemental kingdom. The elemental kingdom, knowing that that purging that had been prophesied was necessary because of that energy had to be transmuted back into light before we could complete our ascension. That energy had to come up to be purged and cleansed. Because of that purging necessary, the covenant from the elemental kingdom was that we will still go through the climate change and the tumultuous experiences to bring this energy to the surface so it can be transmuted back into light, but it will be done with a minimal loss of human life. And the cataclysmic earth changes that were destined to involve millions of deaths on this planet have been averted. And now what is happening as the energy is surfacing from all of the abuse we have inflicted on the elemental kingdom through our greed, our lack of awareness, and literally our ignorance still is coming up to be transmuted. But on this sacred and holy day, because of the activities of light that have taken place within humanity over the past several decades and since the Earth Summit, we are now in a place where we have been able to receive higher frequencies of the violet flame than the elemental kingdom had ever been able to withstand. And that is the frequency of cosmic forgiveness. So what is happening this day through the unified efforts of the magnificent indigenous people from all time frames and dimensions that have served so selflessly to honor and revere the earth, thus literally saving the earth and humanity's existence for all of these times since our fall from grace. And through the unified efforts of you and me and the light workers around the world, on this 11/11 day, there are myriad activities of light. All of them are weaving their unique golden threads into the tapestry of this facet of the divine plan. We are going to initiate a 40-day purging process that is going to transmute through the new frequencies of cosmic forgiveness the maximum discord and negativity that cosmic law will allow through the physical substance of planet Earth, including the earth, air, fire, water, and ether elements. Now, the ether element is a higher, more rarefied frequency of light that is anchored within the center of the earth through the divine presences of the beings known as Amaryllis and Aeolus. And the elemental beings that are working with them are the mighty Devas and the Deva Rajas. And these beings are integrating now through this activity of light the highest frequencies of fifth dimensional crystalline light that can withstand these new frequencies of cosmic forgiveness. So we are going to participate with this in 2 activities of light. The first activity is going to be a beautiful meditation that Adi and her crew have created for us in alignment with the energies and the sacred ceremonies she is conducting in Sedona, Arizona. And we are creating through this portal in Tucson, Arizona. So as we begin this activity of light, we will go within and observe this. This is done through a multidimensional. I will guide you through the events that are occurring that have been given to us by the company of heaven, and the visuals and the colors and the experiences being guided through the cosmic and musical tones of this beautiful visualization will be initiating the matrix that is going to begin this process. This is a 40-day purging process that is being initiated now during this activity of light and will build in momentum for 40 days until the December solstice on December 21st. Many activities of light are going to be taking place during this time. And we'll talk just a little bit more about that and the activities after we participate in creating the matrix and establishing the initial patterns for this 40-day merging process. So to join now in this activity of light, please go within to the divinity of your heart flame. And through this beautiful presentation, the video, the music, the guidance of the activity of light taking place, having transcended all of that occurring in the outer world, in your moment now of seeing with new eyes and hearing with new ears, comprehend the magnitude of this opportunity being initiated and orchestrated through the company of heaven, the elemental kingdom, and the indigenous people who have served in our place as stewards of the earth when we fell into the abyss of separation and duality and were no longer cognizant of the divinity within the elemental kingdom. So now, in this moment, we proceed. The company of heaven has confirmed that monumental shifts of energy, vibration, and consciousness have taken place within the masses of humanity in 2024. These events were accomplished by the unified efforts of lightworkers around the world, working in collaboration with the legions of light in the heavenly realms. This has paved the way for a vitally important purging process that is designed to help calm the tumultuous events surfacing within the elemental kingdom at this time. The beings of light in the realms of illumined truth never give us information that may cause concern or fear just for the sake of exposing possible events. The only time they ever reveal information for us that may seem challenging or even ominous is if we have the awareness and the ability to rise above it and to actually help minimize the adverse effects of the situation. This is one of those times. With the monumental shifts that have taken place so far in 2024, the way has been paved for a greatly accelerated purging of the obsolete paradigms surfacing from the old earth that are based in separation and duality. The beings of light said this critical purging involves the next level of the dismantling and the dissolving of myriad social structures that have manipulated, controlled, and suppressed Mother Earth, the elemental kingdom, and the masses of humanity for eons of time. All of these negative patterns and structures have been held in place through the fear-based consciousness of humanity. This distorted level of consciousness manifests through the behavior patterns of greed, corruption, the abuse of power, hatred, ignorance, and the willingness to respond with violence. all of which are void of love. The fact that these grossly mutated structures, which have caused so much pain and suffering for humanity, the elemental kingdom, and Mother Earth, are now being dismantled at an accelerated pace, is actually wonderful news. This is an essential facet of Earth's ascension process. There is no place for these obsolete paradigms on the fifth dimensional crystalline solar new Earth. They must be dismantled, and the oppressive energy that has sustained them must be transmuted into light in order for the heart-based patterns for the fifth dimensional new Earth to manifest tangibly in our earthly experiences. The only reason this process seems so scary for people is because these grossly mutated social structures have manipulated and suppressed humanity for eons of time. In the vast majority of cases, they are all we have ever known, even though they are painful and in no way enhancing the quality of our lives. They are familiar. For many people, the fear of the unknown and what might replace these obsolete paradigms seems more terrifying than the oppressive structures themselves. Consequently, many people are fighting tooth and nail to go back to the way things were and to maintain the status quo. The beings of light said this is a futile effort. We are moving forward in the light, and there is no turning back. The only question is, are we going to do this the hard way or the easy way? The choice is up to us. The fear that is manifesting around the world at this time is being exacerbated by misinformation and deliberate deception from those who are determined to cling to power at all costs. These misguided sisters and brothers are only succeeding with their nefarious efforts because the majority of people have not yet awakened enough to perceive the wondrous patterns of perfection for the fifth dimensional crystalline solar new Earth that will soon replace the obsolete third dimensional paradigms. This is why you and I and the rest of awakening humanity are being called to redouble our light work during this critical time. Our light is needed in order to assist with this vital phase of Mother Earth's unfolding divine plan. We are powerful beyond our knowing, and when we focus our attention and our divine intentions on the light and on co-creating the patterns of perfection for the fifth dimensional new Earth, miracles happen. The most powerful thing lightworkers can do to assist with the purging process we are being called to co-create during the next 40 days is to work with the elemental kingdom as we blaze the new fifth dimensional violet flame of cosmic forgiveness in, through, and around all of the surfacing human miscreations. During the 40-day period from November 11th, 11/11, through the solstice on December 21st, 2024, we will experience several powerful influxes of the violet flame of cosmic forgiveness from both celestial and global events. These events will provide the opportunity for lightworkers around the world to work with the elemental kingdom for this unparalleled purging process. The company of heaven will guide us step by step through these influxes of light. So pay attention to every opportunity that is magnetized into your sphere of awareness. At this time, the beings of light want to remind us that we have all been preparing for this cosmic moment for myriad lifetimes. We have everything we need to succeed in accomplishing our own unique facet of this divine plan, pulsating within the divinity of our heart flame. All we have to do is go within and ask our I Am Presence to guide us through this process. Then, in a state of listening grace, our I Am Presence will respond through our intuitive inner knowing. The first step of this 40-day process begins with the influx of light that occurs every year on November 11th, 11/11. 11 is the master number that reflects the transfiguration from the physical into the divine. Every man, woman, and child embodied on earth has the sacred geometry of 11 and 11/11 and 11/11/11 encoded within the divine potential of our RNA and DNA structures. These codes are activated by our I Am Presence as we move through various phases of our ascension process. Today, on November 11, 2024, our I Am Presence is activating these genetic codes in new and profound ways. This is allowing us to participate with the elemental kingdom in more powerful ways than ever before. If you have the heart call to participate in this opportunity, please join with the mighty Elohim and the directors of the elements now. And we begin. I am preparing for a 40-day purging process. The first Earth Summit took place in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in June of 1992. Since that time, the elemental kingdom and awakening humanity have been working together to heal the schism between them that was miscreated after our fall from grace. Awakening humanity is at long last reclaiming our responsibility as stewards of the earth. No longer do we think of Mother Earth and the rest of the elemental kingdom as inanimate objects that we can use and abuse at will. Today, As we begin our 40-day purging process, we will co-create a nurturing activity of light involving humanity and the elemental kingdom. As I begin this activity of light, I send my love and infinite gratitude to the entire elemental kingdom for the service they have rendered to the sons and daughters of God since our inception. I now decree I am my I am presence, and I am one with the I am presence of every person on earth. With one unified heart flame, I invoke our Father, Mother, God, the entire company of heaven, the mighty Elohim, the directors of the elements, the elemental beings, and the fifth dimensional violet flame of cosmic forgiveness. Beloved ones, during this 40-day purging process, I ask that you intensify the fifth dimensional violet flame of cosmic forgiveness with every breath I take. Utilize this sacred fire to transmute back into light every single thing humanity has ever done to harm Mother Earth and the elemental kingdom in any way. Purify and transmute back into light the earth, air, fire, water, and ether elements, and restore them to their original pristine beauty. I now invoke the directors of the elements and the divinely intelligent elemental beings who are serving the earth to come forth now. Thor and Ares, the directors of the air element, and the sylphs of the air, now take their strategic positions at the cardinal point to the north during this 40-day purging process. Neptune and Lunara, the directors of the water element, and the undines of the water, now take their strategic positions at the cardinal point to the east. Virgo and Pilar, the directors of the earth element and the nature spirits of the earth, now take their positions at the cardinal point to the south. Helios and Vesta, the directors of the fire element and the salamanders of the fire, now take their strategic positions at the cardinal point to the west. Amaryllis and Aeolus, the directors of the ether element, and the Devas and Deva Rajas of the ethers, now take their strategic positions within the sun of even pressure in the heart of Mother Earth. The directors of the elements are daily recalibrating humanity's elemental vortices to receive the highest frequencies of fifth dimensional crystalline solar light that cosmic law will allow during this 40-day purging process. My ether vortex is pulsating above my head, and I affirm I am that I am. My air vortex is pulsating in the location of my throat chakra, and I affirm I am the breath of the Holy Spirit. My fire vortex is pulsating in the location of my sternum in the center of my chest, and I affirm I am the sacred fire breath of the Almighty. My water vortex is pulsating in the location of my root chakra at the base of my spine, and I affirm I am the harmony of my true being. My earth vortex is pulsating between my feet, and I affirm I am the master of my physical reality. The 5 elemental vortices within me are now being recalibrated to the highest possible frequency that cosmic law will allow by my I am presence and the directors of the elements. This is creating a tremendous pathway of light through my 4 earthly bodies from head to toe. This dynamic force is quickening the transfiguration of my physical, etheric, mental, and emotional bodies, as well as the evolution of my consciousness as a beloved child of God. Now, the elemental kingdom from the system of our grand central sun is escorting the mighty Elohim, the directors of the elements, and all of the beings associated with the elemental kingdom on Mother Earth into higher frequencies of healing than we have previously been able to safely receive at a cellular level. This new frequency of God's healing light is transmuting the residue of the atrocities that have been inflicted on humanity's earthly bodies since our fall from grace. Now, our Mother God, who is the overlighting presence for the elemental kingdom, is sending forth a clarion call, invoking our indigenous ancestors from all time frames and dimensions. These precious ones have accepted the responsibility of serving as stewards of the earth for eons of time. They have nurtured, revered, and honored the elemental kingdom during the tragic time when humanity was falling into the abyss of separation and duality. Their assistance began when the masses of humanity lost conscious awareness of the divine intelligence existing within the elemental kingdom. What our Mother God is asking our indigenous ancestors to do today is to enter the wounds and the vulnerable places in the body of Mother Earth, They will remain there during this 40-day process, and they will heal these wounds and transmute the negativity that created them in the first place with the fifth dimensional violet flame of God's cosmic forgiveness. Now, in response to our Mother God's clarion call, these stewards of the earth descend into the cracks and the faults, the fissures, and all of the wounds that have been inflicted on the body of Mother Earth by humanity through nuclear testing, fracking, mining, pollution, and other atrocities that we have burdened beloved Mother Earth's body with since our fall from grace. Now, all is in readiness. Additional legions of light from throughout the cosmos are aware of the unique purging process that humanity will co-create within the elemental kingdom during the next 40 days. These selfless messengers of God are coming from throughout the cosmos to answer humanity's heart calls for assistance. They are traversing the earth, north, south, east, and west. These beings of light have volunteered to remain in the atmosphere of Earth and to amplify humanity's heartfelt invocations for the fifth dimensional violet flame of cosmic forgiveness. They will be here throughout our 40-day purging process. All we have to do is ask them for their divine intervention. In infinite gratitude for this opportunity to serve as an instrument of God during this 40-day purging process, I gently return my consciousness to the room. As I breathe in deeply, I become aware of my earthly bodies, noting the joy being expressed by my silent watcher, my I am presence, my body elemental, and my physical, etheric, mental, and emotional body. I am at long last coming home. And so it is, beloved, I am that I am.
It's a gratitude song. Makakao.
Oh, sorry. Come on, sing.
Uhola ia kamakaloala. Uai ke alohala. Kuka ia kahaloala. Pavehi mai na lehua. Mai ka ho'oku ia ka halavaila. Mahalo e ke akua. Mahalo e na kupuna la ea. Mahalo me ke alohala. Mahalo me ke aloha la. Eola.
Yola.
Jim Crowley, congratulations. He got the medallion. Jennifer Becker, will you come up front, please? While we wait for her to come up, I want to take just a moment and acknowledge today is also Veterans Day. Do we have any veterans in the audience, please? Please take a moment and hug a veteran. Tell them thank you. Share your love with them. They need it. They served. It's their time now, so please. And thank you. Jennifer.
Hello, my name is Jennifer, my given name by my mother. And I have a very special gift for Nikki and Star Knowledge 1111. So if Nikki could please come up. So I never got a chance to meet Chief Golden Light Eagle in person at all. But back in 2022, I was guided by the Eagles to come here to Star Knowledge. I talked to Nikki, told her my story of how I got here, and she said, you definitely have to be here. So I was on my way back from ceremony up in Canada. I'm a sun dancer. And I was guided to go to the National Eagle Center in Wabasha, Minnesota. And at the time I was looking for another job, but they did not have a sign saying that they were hiring, but I was guided to go there. So I stopped, I wasn't going to ask, but then I was told, guided, that I needed to ask if they were hiring. And so I asked, and they said, yes, we're hiring. And a week later, I was hired at the National Eagle Center. So at the National Eagle Center in Wabasha, Minnesota, they do a program called Adopt a Eagle. We have 4 ambassador eagles that are injured, and they take care of them at the National Eagle Center. We also have a red-tailed hawk. Her name is Hollywood, because the reason why they have her named Hollywood is because all the movies use a red-tailed hawk in place of an eagle cry. So they call her Hollywood. So I texted Nikki a picture of all the ambassadors, and I said, of all these eagles, which do you think would be a good representative for Star Knowledge 1111? And she said, well, Perseus is our young eagle that just came into the center last year, and Perseus is now getting his white feathers. So that makes him about 3.5, 4 years old. And then the other ambassador that she chose was Angel. Angel is an ambassador eagle that is 25 years old. She is now the matriarch eagle there. There was another one, but she passed away. So Angel is the representative for Star Knowledge 1111, for I am gifting the adoption of Angel to Nikki and to Star Knowledge 1111 in memory of Chief Golden Light Eagle, for the eagle is what got me here to Star Knowledge 1111. So the gift of tobacco, the gift of sweetgrass, the gift of sage, and the gift of cedar to represent the 4 directions. There are different levels for adoption. And in this level, we receive the ambassador angel, the picture in canvas. And then I mentioned to them that this is a present or a memorial for Chief Golden Light Eagle. And so they allowed me, they usually only do 1, but they allowed me 2 certificates of adoption for Angel. And this adoption is good for a year. This adoption will help feed Angel. It will help her vet care. It will help everything. And it will also give her the teaching and the learning for everyone about eagles. So this is presented to Nikki. Ambassador Angel, age 25 years old, and her injury was a left wing injury. The other certificate of adoption is presented to in memory of Chief Golden Light Eagle for Star Knowledge 1111. And then there is a angel, the wing or the feather of Angel's wing from her wing. So this is a feather, and it was very interesting because all weekend when I was listening to the Zoom, it was about the feathers and earning our feathers and passing that feather on. So this feather of Angel going to Nikki. Here's another picture of Angel. And then part of them being at the at the center, they, for their safety, they have certain equipment. And so this is a Just cord, a Just bracelet. These are used to help keep the eagle safe when they are on their arm or when they are perched on their perch. So this Just bracelet are handmade at the Eagle Center by the avian care specialists. And so this is the colors of Angel. So dear Nikki, congratulations on the adoption of your Eagle Ambassador Angel. Your adoption is given by Jennifer Becker in memory of Chief Golden Light Eagle Star Knowledge 1111. When you choose to adopt an eagle, you will be sharing in the personal care of the bird and supporting important educational programming for people around the world. Your commitment to the Eagle Ambassador ensures that you will have access to detailed information, background, and monthly updates that only the avian care staff had access to and knowledge of in the past. Your adoption investment will provide the highest quality nutrition, vet care, the creation of enrichment activities that will challenge them on a regular basis, and world-class care. This adoption program is unique as your own connection to your adopted eagle, and eagles are majestic birds, and we thank you for joining a special community of the eagle lovers. I would just like to say that there is a saying on the back, and I feel that this is very, very what Chief Golden Light Eagle would have said. And it says, soaring isn't easy. It requires strength. It demands instinct. It takes vision. It forces focus. It masters balance. And yet, to soar isn't enough because the rewards of soaring beyond are limitless. We will soar beyond so we can grow beyond. And while others fly, we soar beyond.
Wow, such a beautiful gift. I see so many of you so taken by that. I hate to change topics, but we have to switch now. Oh, so let's take a moment. Let's take a breath after that. And whenever we're ready, let us rearrange some of the chairs. If I can have someone's help to bring 2 chairs up here for Godmother Doris Davis and for her daughter, Viveka. And the chairs in the center, if they can just move out into the semicircle around this stage. Thank you so much. The ladies would like a beautiful circle here. Thank you all for your help. If we can just bring them in a little bit closer. We'd like to have a lovely intimate circle here.
Yes, there is a chair. I'd like you to sit up on stage with me.
Okay.
It's already there for you. Okay, I'd like you to be on my right. So that would be.
Viveka? Okay.
Maybe one more chair. One more chair.
If I find out you got me into this. Do we need more than one mic?
Indeed.
You guys need another mic over here?
I'm gonna give them this. Yeah.
What we want here is. Because you need to protect. Forget the vortex of, whatever the vagina is. I mean, kind of.
Okay, everyone, thank you so much for your cooperation, your help in moving the chairs to where they need them to be, and for your full attention with this presentation. Thank you. I would like to take this time to introduce to you Godmother Doris Davis, also known as Walking Woman. She is a mother and grandmother, godmother, interfaith minister, and freelance mystic. She is a student of sacred scriptures and teachings of the ascended masters. She graduated from seminary, has been ordained, has written 4 books, a play, as well as a screenplay. At the age of 72, she and her daughter, Viveka, completed a 6.5-month trans-American walkabout, which revealed to them the deep history of our sacred land. Please, please help me in welcoming Godmother Doris Davis.
How many of you consider yourselves to be non-Indigenous or white or the other? Okay, so I just wanted to see who I'm speaking with here. Can you hear me? We just saw, and some of you were paying very close attention to this presentation from the Great White Brotherhood. I'm a student of the Ascended Masters, and I did not know that presentation would be given. I am a Chela of Saint Germain for many years. And he has actually told me that this is Portia, his consort, Portia, is going to be guiding me through this today. Portia means opportunity. If you were watching the video very carefully, you saw that we have this opportunity now on planet Earth to bring the ascension of planet Earth herself. I am going to give a tube of light decree, which will be like a waterfall of light coming from the great central sun. Yes, you can take off your hats, thank you. And if you can stand for this, this would be appropriate.
Stand it. It's time to stand it.
This is my daughter, Viveka. I'm going to introduce her properly in a few minutes. But many of you already know her heart. I know that. I need both of my hands, so I'm going to ask Viveka to hold this.
At the right, assist.
And you notice that I've brought 2 gentlemen here because they are the protectors. They are creating a circle of protection around the Divine Mother right now. O my constant loving I am presence, thou light of God above me, whose radiance forms a circle of fire before me to light my way. I am faithfully calling to thee to place a great pillar of light from my own mighty I am God presence all around me right here today. Keep it intact through every passing moment, manifesting as a shimmering shower of God's beautiful light, through which nothing human can ever pass. Into this beautiful electric circle of divinely charged energy, direct a swift upsurge of the violet fire of freedom's forgiving, transmuting flame. Cause the ever-expanding energy of this flame, projected downward into the force field of my human energies, to completely change every negative condition into the positive polarity of my own great God self. Let the magic of its mercy so purify my world with light that all whom I contact shall always be blessed with the fragrance of violets from God's own heart in memory of the blessed dawning day when all discord, cause, effect, record, and memory is forever changed into the victory of light and the peace of the ascended Jesus Christ. I am now constantly accepting the full power and manifestation of this fiat of light and calling it into instantaneous action by my own God-given free will and the power to accelerate without limit the sacred release of assistance from God's own heart until all men are ascended and God-free in the light that never, never, never fails. And in full faith, I consciously accept this manifest, manifest, manifest. And in full faith, I consciously accept this manifest, manifest, manifest. And in full faith, I consciously accept this manifest, manifest, manifest. Right here and now with full power, eternally sustained, all powerfully active, ever expanding and world enfolding, till all are wholly ascended in the light, free. Beloved I am, beloved I am, beloved I am. You may be seated. The first thing I want to do is give a proper introduction to my daughter, Viveka Davis. She was unable to write her own bio. So her brother has written this. And Viveka Davis, my daughter, is a star. But I know that we all are stars here. So I want you to understand when I say she is a star, so are you, so am I. She is a Hollywood star, however. Hollywood. Viveka Davis has starred in over 50 feature films, television shows, and stage plays in a career that has spanned 4 decades. Her work as a philanthropist, social activist, documentary filmmaker, and producer, however, is her greatest joy and biggest gift to society. A natural talent discovered by filmmaker Alan Parker at age 10, she has earned a place at the table with the Hollywood elite, even her own Wikipedia page. Acclaimed as a singer, dancer, and actor, she has won accolades and hearts in Disney specials, starring most notably as Winona in Love Can Build a Bridge, a biopic of the country music duo, the Judds. Viveka has built successful businesses, been a spokesperson in a White House trade mission for emerging technologies, and worked behind the scenes to catalyze the careers of many influential writers, producers, agents, and directors. That's enough. We are all stars, but this is a special type of star. I've asked her to help me here today. Here it is, light. Hold this. Gotcha. I think I'm being guided to do one thing first. And then we'll see where this goes.
How could I sing the Mother Mary song?
No.
It's just Hail Mary, full of grace.
I have to read
Laura's
it
with
to the
thee.
record. We're a comedy duo, you know. So.
We're a comedy do-over.
Okay, I have to read something into the record just because.
The dynamic do-over. Go ahead.
In 2016, the universe conspired to hand me an opportunity to become a white ally of the indigenous peoples of the Americas. 11 years earlier, in 2005, a group of elders calling themselves a sacred circle of grandmothers and grandfathers, sages of planet Earth, had undertaken a mission in Peru. Year after year, this group had met in a different Latin American country, moving northward through South and Central America in fulfillment of an ancient prophecy that the condor, representing South America, and the eagle, representing North America, would once again occupy the same sky, Abayala. And the indigenous peoples of the Americas would be reunited. Their wisdom would be crucial to the survival of our planet, Pachamama. The leadership of this group was embodied in two artifacts: a masculine condor staff representing the power of indigenous unity, and a second staff representing feminine wisdom, love, and support. At a conference in New York City in 2016, the year of Standing Rock, I was given the feminine staff on behalf of Indigenous women and asked to take it to North Dakota, where about 10,000 people had gathered from around the world to protest an oil pipeline traversing the Standing Rock Reservation and threatening the water's purity. 6 years later, in 2022, the Supreme Court upheld the case against the pipeline builders and for the water protectors, although oil is still being pumped illegally, I understand. So with that definitive historical outcome, I'm prompted to look back to see if anything I learned as a white ally might be of value to anyone else. Here are 8 things I learned. You do not control spirit. You can only dance with it and surrender to it. The staff you were given is an entity. It has a mind, heart, and soul and spirit of its own. Listen to it. This was my first instruction. I had to listen to the staff because it was going to tell me what I needed to do. You are in service to it. Its authority will flow through you, but it is not from you. Number 2, you are being called to help solve a problem that is greater than you are. You have helped to create it, and you must help to uncreate it. You must rise to become greater than it is. No problem is ever solved on the same level it was created. Number 3, pray and reach out for help and advice. You are in over your head. What business do you have showing up there with any kind of staff and authority? You are a white woman whose family benefited from the lands taken from the Native American plains, Indians, in a painful, shameful, and unjust way. Remember this. And I have to stop right here after number 3 and offer, because I think I do represent a large number of American citizens whose people came from Europe and settled in the United States, made it their home, and were not even aware that this land was stolen. My grandparents, many people know the history, and I want to offer at this time a very profound apology on behalf of my people. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. And I'm going to say it several times, and I want you just to repeat it from your heart. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. As we were driving here, we drove through a town called Ord, Nebraska. My grandmother was named Ordie after that town. So you can be seated. Thank you.
She lived in a sod house and she lived to be 100.
She was born in a sod house on the plains of Nebraska.
Came from Council Bluffs.
Number 4. Act on the advice you are given by Spirit. It came succinctly and through a very wise woman who said very simply, and I will name the woman. Her name is Dina Metzger. She's a Jewish woman who got a lot of her wisdom from African indigenous people, especially from the elephant, I'm told. The Dare wisdom, yes. And Dina Metzger said, because I asked her for advice, I'm a white woman with carrying a staff on behalf of indigenous people. What is this? Doesn't make sense. And she said, go in humility. Your reluctance is a good thing, a genuine thing. Go with trepidation and respect, without presumption. The fact you have a mission means you do not act on your own behalf. Go with questions, not answers. You are not bringing solutions or even ideas. You can bring a listening ear and practice listening as a sacred art. You are not there to preach, to teach, or give advice, but to listen, to learn, and to observe. But most of all, and this is the most difficult one, and the one that I need to hear again and again, because this piece of advice from Dina Metzger, I think, is foundational to everything that we saw in that video. Set aside your Western mindset. It is a compensatory device that allows you to function in your world. But that world is not sustainable. It gives you a kind of clarity and control and confidence. To set that aside means that you will have to rely upon an entirely foreign set of principles, a different guidance system. Begin by seeing all things as related. Mitakoye Oyasin, have I pronounced it right? What is it? All my relations. The less you think you know, the fewer opinions you have, the better. Above all, go with an open mind, a beginner's mind. So now that that's in the record, thank you, Viv. And I need to know how many minutes I have left, Laura. 13 minutes. 13. Okay, wait a minute. Viveka wants to tell me what to do, but she resists. And she's right a lot of the time. She wants me to do something called Grandma's Hand, which was given, thank you, given to me by Mother Mary, who I believe is white buffalo calf woman, and the Virgin of Guadalupe. But right at this moment, I've been told to listen more carefully and to understand what this group needs to hear. So I'm going to take a moment and ask Spirit. 13 minutes, 12 minutes. meditate with me for a moment or two and ask beloved Portia, who is the consort of Saint Jean, to show me of the many, many things I could say in 10 minutes or so, what this group should know from my experience in life. I have so many things.
Grandma's hand, clapped in church on Sunday morning. Grandma's hand, played the tambourine so well. And Grandma's hand used to issue out a warning. She'd say, Nettie, don't you run so fast. Might fall on a piece of glass. Might there's snakes there in that grass. Grandma's hands, ooh.
Okay, this begins with a dream. And it ends with 2030. When I was somewhere between 10 and 14 years old, I had a dream. It was a lucid dream and it was a flying dream. And I flew from California, where I was living, all the way down the western coast of the Americas to Chile. I had a pen pal once in Germany, and then I later on, when I was taking Spanish in high school, got a pen pal from Chile. So I don't know exactly the order in which all of this happened, but deep in my heart, at one point, I knew I needed to visit Chile. When I was about 17, I had a profound religious spiritual experience. I became a born-again Christian. I gave my utmost for his highest, was the way it went. And I determined that at some point I would become a missionary and bring the gospel to all the nations. I went to college at about age 17, was doing very well, University of California, Berkeley. Had a straight A average, took a year off. I said, this is my year. I'm going to South America to be a missionary, to convert the peoples of the Americas. I got there. And I learned something. I was presumptuous. I had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea why I was there. I had a servant girl who was a Mapuche. The Mapuche were like the Apache. They were the last holdouts against the Spanish. She was a Mapuche. She was my servant. I'd never had a servant. I was an American. I treated her like an equal. The lady of the house where I was living said, you have ruined. Her name was Hilda, by the way. You have ruined Hilda. She will never work in this town again. She's spoiled. You've spoiled her. When I left South America, I had converted no one. I worked in a maternity hospital. I fainted when I saw the first baby born. When I came home, and people say, how was it? What did you do? What happened? I said, I learned to shut up and listen. That was in about 1959. On my way home, I went to Peru. And I went to Machu Picchu. I'd learned a few songs on my guitar. And I was playing, this was before tourism, by the way. 4,000 people go there every day now, but there were only a few of us, about 5 of us. And we could only stay in a railroad car. There was no hotel. I was in this railroad car playing my guitar with my Chilean songs. And an old man appeared. And I'm told now, and I've done a lot of research about Machu Picchu. And I'm told that the ancient Inca roam and appear. And this man could have been anywhere from 50 to 150 years old. I have no idea. He wanted to hear me play these songs. And I said, okay, I will. But you have to teach me a song. He was a speaker of Quechua, and he taught me this song. I later learned a lot about this song, but right now, Vivek and I are going to sing it for you.
It's portal opener.
It's a portal opener.
It's a portal party over there, people.
So this is what I've been told to share in the minutes I have. And I don't know, maybe about 2 or 3 more, 6 more.
We'll do this first and then you'll get on with the other thing.
What's the other thing?
Grandma's hand.
No, we're not going to do grandma's hand. Well, we might do grandma's hand.
We got this.
Let me tell you first what it means. They need to know what.
Do they need to know?
Yeah, they need
All
to.
right.
I asked him what it meant, and he said, the name of this song is Paras, which means rain cloud. And I want all the men to listen, especially this song and the lyrics. This is what it means, Paras, rain cloud. You see that little rain cloud over there? Paras. Those are the tears of my mother, weeping for her lost son. This man in Quechua, I wrote it down. I wrote the words down, and that's why I can sing it to you today. Ohoy puyuta kawaring kijus paras. Ohoy puyuta kawaring kijus paras. Kong kariwan rach yung yaliwantah paras. Kong kariwan rach yung yaliwantah paras. Ohoy puyuta karawing kijus paras. Ohoy puyuta kawaring kijus paras. Kong kariwan rach yu yariwantah paras. Kong kariwan rach yu yariwantah paras. One more time. Ohoy puyuta kawaring kijus paras. Ohoy puyuta kawaring kijus paras. Kong kariwan rach yu yariwantah paras. Kong kariwan rach yu yariwantah paras. Do we have time for Grandma's hand?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Viveka's going to be the hand.
Okay. You hold your staff and channels.
No, I can't. I need my hand.
Put it like that. One staff, one mic. One staff, one mic, one moment. Now you're right. Go. Can you do it?
I don't know. I don't know. I think you need to hold it, staff.
All right. Oh, this is it. Oh, it's the fence. Grandma.
Grandma's hand, clapped in church on Sunday morning. Grandma's hand,
Get together.
played a tambourine so well.
I don't think I have time.
You do. She's got time. You're made out of time. The now moment.
Okay.
Ready? Go.
Okay. All right.
All right. For our next trick.
This came from Mother Mary directly. That's why I can do it, because it's not from me. First of all, I'm not your grandmother. I'm your godmother. I need you to imagine that you are an orphan. I don't know how to, I need to
I'm holding
imagine
it.
that you're
You
an
can use your
orphan.
arms. Got this.
Okay. and that you're anywhere from, say, 3 to 5 years old. A godmother is not your mother. A godmother appears when your mother is unable to take care of you. And let's just say you're 3 to 5 years old, you're an orphan, and you need something, someone, your godmother. So this is God, when you need something, she appears. Fairy godmother, blue fairy, whoever. She will appear. So I needed something, and Mother Mary appeared to give me this teaching, and that's what I'm going to give you. All right, you're all 3 to 5 years old, you're in kindergarten, and I'm going to teach you about your hand. I'm going to teach you 5 things about your hand. Let me see your hands. Can we count to 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, we can. Thank you. 5. 5 things. I'm going to give you, what's your name? Whatever your name is. I'm going to call you Ashton because that's my grandson's name. My grandson, Ashton. Ashton. Your grandmother needs you to know 5 things. Your right hand and your left hand. Your right hand is the knowing hand, and your left hand is the helping hand. And so let's have your right hand be helped by your left hand in some way right now. Whatever you're going to do, wash your hands. That's good. Oh, we got some participants. That's great. Wring the hands, help the hands, pray the hands. Okay. There are 5 things your grandmother wants you to know. The first. The first one is your pointer, and your pointer is your consciousness. Yeah, and your helping hand is going to point to your consciousness. Make the connection with the consciousness. Your consciousness. God's the first thing. Okay.
Pointing up.
Pointing up. The second thing your grandmother wants you to know, number 2, is, oh, wait a minute. What's this? This is we're not there. Wait. Number 2, well, we can't tell them what number 2 is yet. No, but how do we get there? Tell them, okay, number 2 is communication. Woo! Consciousness, communication. He's a little taller. Look, is yours taller? Is it? Communication's a little taller than consciousness.
Consciousness, your connection.
No, your connection is. No, wait, let me do this. You are connected, but only through the valley. Now the helping hand has to show you how to get from consciousness to communication through the valley, right? The valley of compassion. They are connected, but you have to get there from, how do you get there from here? All right, communication. Now, how are we doing? How about number 3? Woohoo. Oh, this one is good. You'll never guess.
You might guess.
Culture. And your culture is what you learn from your people. This is your past, your ancestors. This is what you kind of learn, but you can get from communication to culture through the valley
Of compassion.
And you're starting to get the picture that compassion is what links all of these things together, right? Okay, now, Mm. This one, this little guy here.
That little tag-along guy.
Okay. He's the pinky guy, you know, he's the weakest guy. He's the littlest little piggy. Woo. That little guy. Community. Community needs something to shore it up, to support it. But we go from culture to community, right? Through the valley of compassion. We link them all up. Woohoo. Okay, got it? Okay, here we go. We're a family now. We are the family of fingers. We are a four-fingered family. Oh my goodness.
We can paw at everything.
We can paw around.
Get-
We can dig things. Oh, look at what we can do.
Communicate like this finger and this finger and this finger and the community and this one. And when it comes together, they have to be together because they're stronger together. We scraping around.
But you forgot something.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
What about that other guy?
Yeah. He's not one of us.
Opposable thumb.
He,
Like the other.
he's not, one of these things is, no, we don't even call, we don't like him.
Don't even let him be a-
No.
He's a thumb.
We've
He's
got a
so
problem.
out there.
We got a problem. What are we gonna do? Whoa. Hey, listen, I'll tell you what. We gotta call him something. We're gonna,
Call him the contrarian. God bless the contrarian.
consciousness. We got the communication. We got the culture. And we got the community, but we got the contrarian.
Touch with that guy. He has
So-
very long valley of compassion.
Very, very long valley of compassion. Reaches him. Oh my God, but you got to go the other, you got to do all kinds of stuff to get to. We got a problem, or do we?
Or do we? That's the thing that makes us humane.
Yes,
We
without,
gotta- oh, God,
without that opposable thumb, we are not human. And you can read all about it in your science, how the opposable thumb actually does a lot of things to our brain, et cetera, and so forth. Okay, we're running out of time, but what are we gonna do? We're gonna embrace
The contrarian.
the contrarian. Aw,
And now look, if, depending on how we do it, we can make a fist with that.
or we can make a fist.
But that's the past because it leaves bruises and pain and
You can draw your own conclusions. That's enough.
draw your own conclusions. It's all in your hands. Mhm. Thank you.
All right, take your seat.
Thank you, my dear.
We'd like to ask you to stay up there.
Okay, Bret is up next. His name's Bret Lueder. He's received his bachelor's degree in journalism.
Good.
I have to go find out why I'm waiting. Hold on here. Betty, Bret. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Bret got his bachelor's degree in journalism with an option in. Oh, that helped. I was like, oh. Okay. Chico State University in 2000. Since then, he has gone on to write roughly 700 articles on music, alternative history, spirituality, UFOs for such magazines as Magical Blend Magazine, UFO Magazine, Reggae Festival, that's fun, and Chico News and Review, and currently Phenomena Magazine, online out of Scotland, and Paranoia Magazine out of the Bay Area. Among many others, he has written 2 books. The first is Song in Your Heart, the story of the search for the lost note, volume 1 in a 3-part series titled The Esoteric God to the Reggae Vibe series, illustrating the role of the roots reggae Rasta in terms of a global struggle for the control of human consciousness. Volume 2, Tales of a Heavy Heart, UFOs, Magic, and Impending Doom is due out late 2025. Lueder is also writing Agents of Ascension, UFO PR due out in fall of 24. I hope that's out now. In his most recent book, UFO Hunter's Guide 2012 in San Francisco. Oh, don't do that. He breaks down the muddled field of ufology in a processable chunk, both highlighting the field's infamous history and the context with what ufologists find themselves today. I'm going to let him tell you the rest. Welcome, Bret.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Joe. Have a great day. All right. Well, it's quite an honor to be standing right here. I feel a little bit like the rock group Black Sabbath in 1978 when they hired Van Halen to open for them, and Van Halen completely kicked their ass. What an act to follow, right? But it's quite an honor to be here. I want to thank Nikki for this opportunity. Let's give a quick hand for Nikki. What a job she's done. I see every time I look up, she's running around doing something. And so I also want to thank my traveling companions, my new friends, my newfound relatives. We traveled out here, took 36 hours from California in a Chevy Tahoe. We had car trouble. We hit a snowstorm. The wiper blades didn't work. And it was just, what a journey it was, right? And so thank you for the support and the encouragement that I could be in this spot in between you two powerful ladies, and of course, coming after me, LauraSa, Pele, Lafoia, Ava. Right? I've been practicing that, right? Right? So you could look at me as like the creamy white center of the feminine Oreo cookie that I've been placed in the middle of. So it's quite an honor to be here. I also want to make a quick statement about this conference, what it means for me to be here. Considering what's happened to the Lakota people, and in line with what my great aunt, godmother Doris, and by the way, Viveka is my cousin, in line with what they're saying about conquest, it is amazing to me that these people would open their hearts and not necessarily forget the past, but we don't need to deal with the past right now because we got some really big things coming on, and we need to stand together. And so the example that the Lakota are showing us with love, I think is if we're going to survive what's coming, if our culture is going to live, if humanity is going to continue on, it's going to be because of examples like this that we could follow, right? Amen to that. So thank you to the Lakota. All right. So I got about 25 minutes. I'm normally the kind of guy that would talk for like 3 hours. I love to talk, especially about the subject I'm going to talk about, and that's the imbalance between the masculine and the feminine. And I learned about this in my studies of magic, and occult magic, and the fascination with what magic is, when you start studying different cultures around the world and they talk about magic, each culture has their own definition, their own kind of stylized way of doing things. And so I had to look around to many different cultures before I saw the pattern within all of them. And what I found was that there's 3 elements that all cultures use, that even further I could take it, that all humans use every day of their life. And that is intentions, symbols, and rituals. All the cultures share those 3 things. I call those the 3 tools of manifestation. They're the 3 tools of binding. I could get into contracts and how spells are a kind of a form of contract that all use those 3 tools. So if you have thought, you have an intention to create, that's just free energy right there. But as soon as you start to crystallize that thought, you crystallize it into symbols, and then you bring those symbols into the real world by acting them out, and that's the ritual. And you can apply that definition to anything that a human does. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a culturally stylized version of those tools, which the Lakota have, which all the traditions, all the cultures have around the world. But it's also something that we use every day in our mundane life to communicate, to discern, to navigate our daily lives, and to manifest, right? That's what this is all about. That's what magic really is to manifesting the desired outcome for a specific situation or circumstance or event. And us humans, we like to manifest the outcome that we want for anything. So it's no secret that this information has been kept from us. It's not taught to us in schools. Just think what we would know if our culture, the modern culture, was ritually based in a sense that was more meaningful than what it is. We have kind of a truncated version of the ritualistic nature of our true human selves. So one of my teachers, I'll be mentioning a couple of my teachers through this talk, was Jordan Maxwell. Is there anyone here that's familiar with Jordan Maxwell? Nobody here's heard of Jordan Maxwell? Go right out and look at YouTube. Thank you, brother, one person. I appreciate that. Jordan Maxwell's foundational. He was a student of Manly P. Hall. And, Brian Hall, the producer of the former Conspiracy Con in San Francisco Bay Area, called Jordan Maxwell a national treasure because he was basically outing the elitist symbolism that showed who behind the scenes was really running modern culture. And these elites that operate in secret societies that have structured public education in such a way to make the masses more malleable and less knowledgeable of their true selves and where they're from. And like Marcus Garvey, the Rastafarian prophet, said, a tree without knowledge of its roots cannot stand. And so that's what I think has happened to modern society. We've had our history wiped. We've had the knowledge of our true spiritual selves and our true power wiped, and the knowledge of magic wiped. The knowledge and the techniques of manifestation so that we manifest our desired outcome. So one of the other things Jordan taught me was that society itself is a magical ritual, and that we participate in this ritual, which was designed for our own subjugation. And because we willingly participate in this system, we are granting it spiritual legal rights to move forward. All right. And so Jordan described some incredible things to me that I didn't really understand at first. It took several other researchers. Michael Tessarian would be another one I would definitely recommend checking out. Jim Mars had some good information. David Icke, of course. Nancy Red Star was pivotal for me. Anyone familiar with Nancy Red Star and her Star Ancestors trilogy? Great, just blew my head open to the idea that all the cultures around the world are ritually based, that they use the 3 tools to manifest desired outcomes, and especially to communicate with star brothers and sisters. So while everyone's running around worried about disclosures happened maybe thousands of years ago, and we just had our memories kind of wiped. And then they create a new culture to bring all these memory wiped people into it, and they don't know anything better. So thank God for indigenous traditions that have kept and preserved those traditions so that we can study them now and confirm for ourselves contact's already happened. Okay, so this magic of society, it's a really tricky thing because it involves other forms of magic, like money magic. If anyone has ever read Babylon Banksters by Joseph Farrell, great book, talks about how money was created as a magical system back during the Babylonian times and how that's used to subjugate a people. And so this is what we see today in our present society. It's debt-based. We don't have any money really. First we started out with money that gets us hooked. Then they take away the gold and it's just now debt notes. And so we're just operating on these. Well, I could go into that's a whole nother lecture. It really is. I could talk for hours on that. But what it boils down to is that we're passing around debt notes that represent our spiritual energy. So we work hard all week, we get the paycheck that represents the Federal Reserve notes. We could go to the bank, cash the check, and we spend the money. That's the symbolic representation of our spiritual energy. That energy within this ritual of society is now siphoned off from us by ever increasing taxes, fines, and fees. Also engineered inflation like we're experiencing now, where it costs, like me, I'm a gluten-free guy, so it costs me like $8 for a loaf of bread. It's stupid, right? And so that's how they siphon our spiritual energy off of us. So this is what the magic of society is, the ritual of society is doing. It's designed to utilize our labor while our spiritual energy is being siphoned off by this smaller group of people who are controlled by spirits. And I would make the case there's two hierarchies of spirits that oppose each other, two hierarchies of beings, rather, that oppose each other. On the negative side, you have spirits, ascended masters, some occupants and cultures that ride in UFOs, and some hollow earth cultures. And they're trying to turn humanity into basically cattle, where they could feed off of us perpetually, mind control us so that we don't know any better, and that we just keep reproducing. And so when we die, our kids do the same thing on and on and on to eternity. There's also another hierarchy that opposes that, that's of same kind of ranking, is spirits, ascended masters, occupants of some of the UFOs, and hollow earth cultures are trying to gently nudge us towards ascension. So all this revolves around magic, though. This is one of the fascinating things that Jordan Maxwell taught me. So as I studied these other researchers like Nancy Red Star, for example, Jim Mars, I mentioned all those, I'm starting to realize that he was right. It's dead on. Magic rules this world. And it's up to us to not only wake up to that idea, but it's to understand how we got to this idea too. And this is where the masculine and the feminine come in. So if you're an enemy of humanity and you want to control us, one of the base things that you're going to do is you're going to create an imbalance within the spiritual side of a human being. Those are the two energies that are the most powerful in the universe because they come together to create life. That's the masculine energy. That's the feminine energy. And when you create an imbalance in that, now it's much more difficult to manifest a desired outcome. It becomes much less probable that you're going to get the desired outcome that you're seeking when you have this imbalance. So if you create a society with this imbalance, now you've created mass distorted outcomes and a definite hindrance to manifestation. So this is what we have. So what do we do about this? Well, I can tell you from my perspective, I had to grow up. I did lots of drugs. And I think it was through taking mushrooms, first in a party sense, because I didn't really understand the ritualistic nature of altered states of consciousness. But even with that lack of understanding, I still was able to glean that conclusion that this is actually more than just a party thing, that there's more going on here. And so when I realized that I had a feminine side to myself, I was pretty blown away, right? I had this programming from society that I played sports since I was a little boy. And so I knew how to like crush my opponent's spirit like by the age of 8. That's really not what a little boy should be learning, or a little girl, but that's how it was. And so I was overplayed on my masculine side as I learned competition and survival and the fear, learning to live with the fear in order to get through life. I just considered that to be normal. A whole nother lecture is how I've had some experiences with the Sasquatch and how they taught me how to overcome my fear. That's a whole nother lecture. But there, I would say the Sasquatch are part of this hierarchy of beings that are gently nudging us towards ascension. So once you can remove your fear, and once you're aware that you have a feminine side to yourself, now you can act upon it. You can learn about it. What are the traits of the feminine side? What have I been denying in myself? If masculine energy we've been conditioned to use the masculine energy in terms of war and survival and living in constant fear, then what are the feminine traits? I think grandmother Doris, godmother Doris, my great aunt, love you, sweetheart. You touched on that. It's compassion. That would be a huge feminine trait that men should cultivate more. And we all need work in certain areas, right? But speaking societally, yeah, I heard that little chuckle. Speaking societally, though, that's the imbalance right there, is that men are taught certain things. One of the things is that this feminine energy has been suppressed. But looking from my own standpoint and my own example, when I realized I had a feminine energy, I realized it was there the whole time. And I just didn't acknowledge it. Therefore, I couldn't honor it. And I think that's the same for society, that the feminine energy never left, so it doesn't need to return. It's really the masculine energy that's been hyperized, that's been supercharged. And it's really the masculine energy that's out of balance. And so when we realize that, and we can, and especially us guys, and women have masculine energy too. Men have the feminine, women have the masculine. This is how we're built. And again, this is why it's not taught in school, because this is the crux of the issue. Once we can balance ourselves with the masculine and the feminine, now we're able to manifest the desired outcome to a much higher probability. When you balance your masculine and feminine, this is when you're able to project love at its strongest level. And this is something I'm learning right now. I'm not a master at it, excuse me. But this is the key right here to undoing this magical ritual that we're all living in and participating in. So we got to learn to propagate the love, learn to step back from this mainstream society based on consumerism and money magic. It also involves a form of name magic. Anyone out there familiar with the all caps name and how that's used? That's a form of name magic that traditions around the world have different forms of name magic. And also that wonderful lecture by Miranda yesterday. Wasn't that incredible? She talked about Jose Arguelles and how Jose Arguelles was talking about in his book. She didn't mention the book, but the book is called Time in the Technosphere, about how society is based on a false or artificial time ratio. And that time ratio, in my own book, I extend that further in Song in Your Heart, Story of the Search for the Lost Note. I extend that further. So if we're operating in artificial time, we're going to literally develop an artificial society. And this is exactly where we're heading right now. So I thought that was really great when Miranda brought that up. Did you have a question, young lady? I will, sure. But you can ask one right now. You've earned that right. Yeah, I think that's right in line with what I'm saying, because the Western mindset is based on a certain angle of programming. And we've been programmed to see life in a certain way. And that's a very narrow slice of what is actually out there. It's a very narrow slice of what our true potential is. And we need to see outside that box, so to speak. But yes, absolutely. The Western mindset based on materialism and getting caught up in the rat race and competition. While it has its place, we can't let those kind of things dominate us, and we have. And because we've allowed it to happen, we're sending the universe a message that we've agreed to this, that this is how we want things to go. So we need to not agree to that, learn how to live, let's say, off the grid. I know back in my earlier days, I would make fun of the preppers, but the preppers, they're ahead of the curve, and they see what stuff's coming, and they're preparing for it very smartly. Reminds me of Noah's Ark, right? Everyone made fun of Noah while he's building the ship, and then the flood happened, and next thing you know, there's not enough room on the ship. They died, right? Hopefully for their sake. So I also did some time with Diane Robbins. Anyone ever heard of Telos, the city is supposedly beneath Mount Shasta. Right? Incredible story. And I was really lucky to spend time with Diane Robbins. And she facilitated Q&A with me between Adama, the high priest of Telos, supposedly, I've never met him, and myself. And I got to ask him all kinds of questions. One of the things I got out of that was that these ascended masters that are supposedly underneath the mountain have been for hundreds, if not thousands of years, trying to gently wake up surface society to our true selves, to who we really are. They're supposedly our relatives. And so not only do they want to wake us up to our true selves, but they want to be able to come to the surface and join the family so that we can all walk hand in hand into ascension. And so as I'm putting this whole big picture together, the magic of society and the architects of this society trying to feed off of us perpetually, and the spirits that are backing this, using a small group of humans to sell out the rest of their brothers and sisters. That's what I would call the elites, the bankers, those kind of people, the magicians, they're magicians. And knowing that there's this other hierarchy that's really trying to help us to choose our own destiny with our own free will to ascend, it really just kind of blew me away. This is all about blocking ascension. That's the goal of the negative forces, to block our ascension, to block the unity that we could share. And again, this is why one of these kinds of conferences is so important, because it shows that it doesn't matter what the past really has been. We can resolve those issues later. Right now, we need to stand together. And so last couple points I'd like to make. I don't think the feminine fell. There was a lady that was on the screen a couple speakers ago saying some really wise stuff, but I don't like that metaphor of a fall. I think that casts blame. If you study the Gnostic tradition, they talk about the Pistis Sophia tradition. Anyone familiar with the Pistis Sophia? It's a great metaphor for the fall of the feminine, as they call it, as she fell into self-will and the self-willed one, Hymarmony. And so that implies that there was a choice made by half of humanity, half of the spiritual, energetic side of humanity, that wanted to rule things on their own instead of have God rule. And I don't really like that, because I think that casts blame. And there's different versions of this stuff around the world. And another one is a not so mainstream Christian version, where it says that God's the father and humanity together, men and women together, are the mother. And that the mother and father come together. That's God's idea of creation. That the people are reunited with God, with love. And it's not the fall of the feminine. And if you're going to use fall at all, it's the fall of humanity, men and women together. It's okay. Thank you. And so I like that a bit. It's a bit more empowering. There's no blame there. The whole Adam and Eve thing, some Christians blame Eve for the whole mess, which is pretty hilarious. It's fun to do sometimes, but it's pretty hilarious. Not true. And another tradition that really has stricken me is the white buffalo calf woman. And what a powerful, powerful prophecy that is, that this woman would come back. And it's not a coincidence that it's a woman, because she's representing this feminine energy. But it's not a return or a climb out of some pit because it fell. It's a reminder that she's been there the whole time. That's really the masculine energy that's been overactivated and is out of balance. And if us guys can handle our own business in general, but women have masculine energy too, so it's not all men's fault. But in general, men have more of the masculine energy. If we could handle our business and bring things back down to earth and ground ourselves, I mean, we're going to have, we stand to have a really bright future. So closing final thoughts. In 2006, I was talking with one of my teachers, Jordan Maxwell, at the Bay Area UFO Expo in Santa Clara, California. And we're just kind of shooting the breeze a little bit. And I look across the vendor room, and there's this older lady, and she's looking at me kind of weird, like give me these like little googly eyes. And I'm like, okay, so Jordan, right? So we're trying to ignore her. She walks around this big center rectangle. She's looking at me the whole time, and I look at her again, and I turn away. I go, oh my God. And she walks right up to me and she looks at me right in the eyes, and I'm kind of a little discomforted with that. And she says, I am White Buffalo Calf Woman, and this is for you. And she handed me an attaché case with her handwritten notes and a David Icke book. And I didn't really know what to make of it, right? So I got home, I went through it, and it was basically her handwritten notes explaining how her family had been attacked by electronic warfare. And this is back in 2006. Now that information is starting to come out. If no one here knows about electronic warfare, you need to look into it right away. I didn't miss it. I didn't miss it. It was an awesome lecture. Oh, was that yours too? I missed you. Did I miss yours? No, I saw his. It was great. You're right. It's great. We'll talk. There's that whole Satanist thing in Seattle. Yeah. So this woman was basically claiming she was White Buffalo Calf Woman and then giving me the information that was going to hopefully in her mind, provide her family with some kind of a justice or a remedy to the situation. So I get back from the conference and I immediately call Nancy Red Star, because I was in communication with Nancy Red Star at the time. And I said, hey, Nancy, this white lady came up to me and said she was White Buffalo Calf Woman. Before I could even finish, she chuckled. She said, you know, Red, if I had a nickel for every white woman that said she was White Buffalo Calf Woman, I'd be rich. And so I'm like, okay, right? So, but still significant. Years later, I started a podcast. It's the Bret Lueder Show on BitChute, Rumble, and eTalk.tv, and I share it to other platforms. I interviewed a man by the name of Richard Boylan, Dr. Richard Boylan. Anyone familiar with him? 45 years in the UFO field. He's a legend. And I was really honored that he agreed to be on my show. And he made a statement that there's avatars that come to Earth every so often, and they take different forms. Maybe one's Jesus, maybe one's Buddha, but he said one was White Buffalo Calf Woman. So I just started thinking about that, thinking back to this lady who claimed she was White Buffalo Calf Woman. And I thought, well, White Buffalo Calf Woman could be whatever she wants to be, right? And so she's like one of the aspects is she's an archetype with which this kind of information of a cry out for help or justice or awareness can come through and inform people. And that realization just kind of blew my mind. So the last thing I want to say is that at one point, my grandfather took me aside when I was about 19. I didn't really know what to make of this at the time. I totally understand it now. And he said, Bret, as soon as you realize it's a woman's world, the better off you'll be. And Grandpa, I know what you mean right now. That's my time. Thank you. Stay tuned for the incredible. Oh, you're not incredible? Okay.
You say R. She wants you to sit down. Okay. Next up, we have a very dear friend of mine, LauraSa, Pele, Lafoia, Ava, is Pacific Island American. She's a social entrepreneur, impact investor, humanitarian, and sacred activist. She is steward of Mother Earth, dedicated to causes that promote Indigenous peoples' rights and cultures, eco-justice, empowering women, nutrition and education for underprivileged children, strengthening families, and uplifting communities. Most importantly, LauraSa is mother to Brittany Pele, grandmother to Nokata, Mike, and Layla. She is mom to her 4 foster children and many orphans. She was a devoted wife of 40 years to her late husband, Mike Ava-Tesimale, a beloved husband, father, and servant leader. LauraSa's professional career spans 30 years in mortgage banking, managing corporate operational divisions and production branches of multi-billion-dollar real estate lending firms. On 2001, after the terrorist attacks upon our country, she became the founder and CEO of One Global Family and Alliance. And in 2015, she founded the International Councils and Circles of Women and Youth. LauraSa was elected as board chair in 2020 President of Unity and Diversity World Council. You can visit her website, peacesundays.org, to learn more and get involved. Please welcome LauraSa.
Thank you, my darling. I did not want that all red. Carla was supposed to edit it down. So she sent Rhonda up here. So, okay. Aloha, talofa, everyone. Boy, a lot of pressure having to be the last anchoring speaker before the co-founders come up to close us out. And I just want to begin by honoring our Creator, our Mother and Father as one. Mumua lava o te awale whaptai, le awa male alofa, tato tima, motina, le langi. O tato uma o le ainga tasi. Whawhetai te le lava molinea wa noa o tato o mai whatasi. Whawhetai ya Nikki. First and foremost, I want to honor and express my love and gratitude to our divine creator, our mother and father as one. We are one global family. After the 9/11 terrorist attacks, that's all that kept reverberating in my heart and in my mind. One global family. I didn't know what to do with it, what creator meant by it, but obviously 9/11 was my spiritual awakening. And soon thereafter, I retired early and wanted to engage globally and locally in helping to build peace and harmony and unity amongst people of different faiths, different cultures, those that, love the environment, that didn't really have any particular spiritual tradition. We're all one. We are Ohana. We are Ainga, Familia, Arivar. And I knew why it kept echoing. I knew that Creator wanted me to do something to share my spirit of aloha, alofa, aroha, which is pure, unconditional love, compassion, respect, obedience to the divine, and living a life of full and complete surrender. Surrender. And allow Spirit to guide wherever I was to journey. I'll tell you that on 9/11, my 11-year-old daughter, Brittany, who's now 34, she was so impacted. She was not yet baptized, so that made it even more, terrible for her, not knowing what would happen to her if she was not yet baptized. And we are Latter-day Saint Mormons, so because I adopted her from the Samoan Islands, she was only 5 days old when she was placed in my arms, and she was not sealed to us in the Mormon temple. So my child began to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. She wasn't eating, she wasn't sleeping, and her grades were falling, and it was just everything she was feeling as a mother, I was feeling it 10 times, not just for my child, but for all the children, all the mothers, all the families, locally, globally. And I knew that with my daughter being so sick, I had to take her into the hospital. And the day that I took her in was 1/11/2002. And on the way to the hospital, thank you, we passed by all of the decorations from Christmas, the holiday season. And my child was in such pain in the passenger seat. And as we were driving, you could see the flags along the road. One said joy, the other said light and love
And then my daughter pointed out to one flag. She says, Mom, that is what I want. And I'm like, what do you want? You didn't ask for anything for Christmas except for a baby brother and turtles and to be baptized. I said, whatever you want, I will get it for you. So I look up to where she was painting. She says, pointing, that's all I want. And I looked up and it was peace. And I knew what she meant, but I wanted to test her and say, you want peace from the pain that you've been suffering through for the past 4 months? I want peace for all the children, all the mothers, all the families. We need to stop wars and destruction of Mother Earth. Everyone should have the basic human rights of food and a family and a home, and to be able to go to school and to worship whatever way they wish. She goes, I want peace. And I looked down at her, holding back the flood of tears. And I said, okay, Mama's going to work on that for you. I was trying to drive and the tears were streaming down, and I said, oh God, Mother and Father, please hear my words, hear my prayer. Send me as a mother to wherever the terrorists are in the world. Send me so that we can restore heaven on earth. Peace, love, equity, equality, and justice for all. Send me. And it took 5 years. 5 years. And the entire 5 years I kept working. Didn't realize that it was a time of preparation before going out on this journey, sacred journey. I retired from the corporate arena, 6 figures income, that didn't matter. Climbing the corporate ladder, whatever prestigious, accolades and titles meant nothing. The happiness, safety of my family is everything to us. In my culture, I know in everyone's culture, that is what's most vital for us. And I knew in my heart that that's what's most vital for every family, every individual. We are these spiritual souls having this human experience. How could we not want that? We are here to remember who we are, to remember that we come from love. We will return to love, and we're here to learn about sacrificial love, divine love, unconditional love. And we're here to help awaken each other so that we remember who we are. Our true essence is love. Somewhere along the journey, whether it's this lifetime or 1,000 prior, the disconnection happened. We're here to help each other reconnect, to remember, and walk each other home. Love is it. Love is the answer to every question, every challenge, everything. And I know that you all have heard all this before. We've heard it. We keep getting reminded of it. The next step is to take action. Because if we only think it, if we only sing about it, if we only pray for it, and we don't do the work, nothing changes. And the work must first begin within us and then allow it to echo out into the universe, not just into our community, not just into our state and country, but into the universe, because we know we are star beings. We are powerful beyond measure. We have been conditioned to think that we're small and to stay in our lane and to be obedient, subservient. Well, we have a much greater destiny than that. All of the skills that I learned in 30 years of mortgage banking and whatever, it was all put towards, I had no plan of building a foundation and then now a global ministry, but it was the Creator's plan, and it just unearthed naturally to be able to be more impactful. And I do everything in collaborative impact. Partners on the ground in various countries, most of them are war-torn or natural, man-made, disaster-prone, areas that are deep poverty, areas where women are third-class citizens, children are raped and molested, women are disrespected, and even men. The elders are neglected. So 5 years later, after saying that prayer, I was in India for 30 days. I had returned. I'd gone there first with my daughter to volunteer for 30 days in the worst of the worst slums that were surrounding the Gandhi ashram. We were just led there by spirit because I got tired of waiting for God to send me out to Afghanistan or Iraq, And so I said, we're going to go serve. And we did that. We served the community locally during the 5 years of waiting by bringing together groups of people, buses of students from the Muslim schools, from the interfaith community, you name it. I brought everyone in. We started with 150 people that were in our local community who were homeless. And 5 years later, we had to put pressure on the city and county to open up a dormant bus station to help house temporarily 500 homeless souls. That was a major collaborative impact with organizations, churches, local businesses. The power of what we can do, one, yes, but collectively in the power of oneness, we can totally transform and change a community and change situations and challenges. We saw that in action. So for 5 years, I was in training mode without knowing it. And I joined the Parliament of the World's Religions. I joined the United Religions Initiative. All of these organizations are the largest interfaith movements in the world. And the Parliament of World Religions began in 9/11, 1893. There are no coincidences. Religion, spirituality, it's all been hijacked. And, a lot of it is to perpetuate ongoing division and wars. No one profits from wars except the military war complex. And those that profit from death, destruction, displacement, peace is not profitable for them. So we need to come together as peace-loving souls and strategize and work even harder than the ones that want to keep us divided. There's so many resources, there's plenty of resources, but somehow we have been conditioned that there's not enough, that scarcity, there's not enough for everyone. So too many live in poverty unnecessarily, deprived of many basic human rights, God-given rights. And so after serving there, my gosh, everything I learned every Sunday as a Sunday school student or teacher or whatever, my daughter and I were now living it in action. We served at leprosy communities, blind communities, the poorest of the poor slums that had 200,000 people. The women, the mothers, the grandmothers, they go out late at night when their children, their family are asleep so they can go and rummage through filthy trash along the streets. Lots of, lots of dangers, even for women to be out at night doing that. But if they don't go, they don't eat. Her children can't go to school. And all night for 5-6 hours, they come back with whatever they have found to be weighed. And many of the times, they are taken advantage of by those that run the recycling companies in the slums. So you see so much injustice. My daughter and I stayed extra longer, and then we came back home, and I put in my resignation. And I geared up, saved whatever money I had earned, and I went back. And this time I went back, it was Christmas Day. I made a sacrifice to not be with my family that Christmas because I wanted to be with our global family. We painted schools in the slums. We help to inaugurate orphanages and take braille and talking watches and walking sticks for the blind children and adults. And I found my joy as a mother, as a grandmother. I didn't want to sit in a corporate office anymore. I didn't want to go to meetings. I just wanted to completely be a servant to our brothers and sisters and children of God. And I came back that time with a full shipment, 40-foot container of 550 wheelchairs, sponsored by my alliance partner, Free Wheelchair Mission. And that's what I do now. Everywhere I go in the world to serve for one reason or another, peace concerts, peace, unity, conferences, I help to reach out to collaborative impact, humanitarian, and peace partners so that we can help to sponsor whatever needs to come in. Sponsor orphan children, Pakistan, India, you name it, so many. Even in my Samoan islands, we were able to sponsor many children on 3 islands after a devastating tsunami in 2009. There is so much more that we can all do. Even if it's just a little bit, start. Don't wait. You're never going to get richer and have more money to be able to donate. Just do little things. Start in your own local community. You don't have to go to Afghanistan or Israel, Palestine. You don't. But for me, that's where I was drawn to. I was drawn to many of these countries, often the ones that are war-torn. I try to get into, Nikki has invited me probably 4 times to come and speak here. And thank God this time I was able to make it. But I was planning to go to Israel, Palestine for the 3rd time and help with whatever is going on there through northern Egypt to help with the World Kitchen to get food and humanitarian aid into southern Rafah and Gaza. And so prior to that, when Nikki reached out, I was trying to get into northern Syria, where all the bombings were happening, through southern Turkey. And I was able to visit refugee camps in Turkey, in Jordan, and in Lebanon. Some were horrific. It just broke. It broke my heart to see it. And I would always pray to God, Mother and Father, why? Why? You're the Almighty. Why so long? We are waiting so long. And I couldn't get let into Syria, but I was able to visit these refugee camps. In Turkey, 5 million refugees were taken in, 3.5 million on record. The others snuck in. In Lebanon, 2 million. In Jordan, over 2 million. And so from there, just recently, 2022, after the war broke out in Ukraine, Russia, I had gone to Poland to strategize with another humanitarian partner. Our goal was to raise funds to help build a city of hope right next to Auschwitz. Auschwitz. In the Holocaust, 1.1 million souls, Jewish souls, were tortured and exterminated. We went into the barracks, we went into the torture chambers. We saw the records of names that were just endless that were killed there. And I feel like what was left of my heart from the previous journeys, when I got there, it was just beyond repair. They say that the cracks, what allows the light to come in. It also allows the light to come out. Being able to see it and bear witness to this place. And we want to build a city of hope adjacent to this Auschwitz, to allow us to counter the darkness to light, the hatred to love. life from death. And let it be a beacon of hope for all the nations to be able to send their kids there to learn, and also adults, because we still need much more learning. And so we're in the process of that. And I had promised some of my clients that I would return back after only 2 weeks in Ukraine. As I was taking an 8-hour, 10-hour train to the city of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, many people were asking, who are you? Where are you from? I said, I'm from the Hawaiian Samoan Islands. I live in California by Disneyland. I'm just a mother, servant of God. And like, why are you going into Kyiv? Their bombings are going on. Everybody's trying to escape. And I'm like, I know. This is my crazy coconut mind and heart. And, you know, I'm going in the right direction. I know this. I'm going to do water ceremonies. We're going to distribute boxes of food by the World Food Program. We're going to work with and serve the World Food Kitchen. Just serve and hug and love and pray together and do water sacred ceremonies. You know, these are the things that bring me joy, and I want to share it with my brothers and sisters and families there to give them some hope and light, just a little bit. And oh my God, when God has a plan, watch out. I could never plan any of these sacred journeys on my own, because when I get there, the right people are already waiting, not even knowing that we're going to make a connection, but God knows everything. Even in India, the second time I went there, I was planning after a month of sponsoring preschool nutrition centers in the largest slum communities and taking supplies and distributing hundreds of wheelchairs. My plan after a month was to fly to Nairobi, Kenya, to serve in the largest slum community there. Just countless orphans, children that are impacted by AIDS and deep poverty. On my way to the airport, I heard God say, you're not going to Africa. And I heard that, and my 2 volunteers are driving like, and I said it out loud. I'm saying, okay, guys, take me back to the Gandhi ashram. I'm not going to Africa right now. They're saying, yeah, really, Laura, Mom, we're going back. You're staying? I said, yes, for now. This is what God is telling me. I'm not going to Africa. So I waited 5 days, 5 nights, and nothing. I meditated and prayed and served, and nothing came through. So one night we had an interfaith dinner. And the 2 co-founders of my partner organization that's based within the Gandhi ashram, they were taking me to my international hostel. I'm like the volunteer mom for all the international volunteers. And as they were driving, I had a conversation with God in my mind. I said, I can't believe it. I am so upset with you right now. I said, I've been invited to go tomorrow to Goa, see the sacred temples, and enjoy. It's like the West Coast island community, and there's islands off of the coast. I'm going to go tomorrow, and I'm going to be a tourist. I am so disappointed and upset with you, God. I could be loving on these children in Africa, but you told me not to go. For the next few days in Goa, do not talk to me. And immediately I heard, you're going to Pakistan. I said, what? And it came again, you're going to Pakistan. And I said it out loud, I'm going to Pakistan. And the 2 co-founders, the one in the front seat driving, said, oh, no, Laura, you do not go to Pakistan. Danger, danger. You stay right here. We got a lot for you to do. You don't even need to go to Goa. You just stay right here. And in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, I don't even know anything about Pakistan. Pakistan's not even on my radar. I said, I'm just going to stay here. Wasn't until the other co-founder, Virenbai, in the back seat, he says, Sister Laura, you do not go to Pakistan. Haven't you been watching the news? There's been bombings there all week long. It's anti-American sentiments are high. You're a Christian woman, you'd be traveling alone in a Muslim country. It is not safe for you. Trust me, as soon as he said that's where the al-Qaeda are trained, in my mind, I'm like, it's about time. Hallelujah. And I'm thinking, and they're talking, and I'm thinking, okay, what do I need to pack? If I'm in caves or whatever, I need my cell phone. I need my laptop so I can share with my brothers and sisters my family pictures and videos. Share with them that we're all family, we're all related, we're all interconnected, interdependent. And when I got to the hostel, I started praying, and it was like a thunderstorm. I knew exactly what to pack. I couldn't sleep all night because I just stayed in meditative prayer mode. And in the morning time, I went to the prayer center at the ashram, and I shared that I'm going to Pakistan. My friend bought me the ticket. He says, okay, I'm not going with you to Pakistan. I'm Hindu. They will definitely kill me. I was agreeable to go with you to Kenya, but not Pakistan. I said, it's okay, my brother. I'm going with God. I'm okay. And so everyone warned me, you're not going to be able to get an interview to get a visa. We've got people there. They've been waiting for 2 weeks, can't even get an interview. And most likely, you're going to be stranded up in Delhi. And I said, God has a plan, and I just have to trust and surrender. Once I got to Delhi after a 45-minute flight, and on the flight, I kept praying because, oh my God, my husband thinks that I arrived in Nairobi a week ago. It just dawned on me. And so I'm like, I need an emergency contact, God. Is there someone? And all of a sudden, my Mormon bishop that I had not even seen for over a decade, his image flashed before my eyes, and I could see that he was in Pakistan for an interfaith peace conference in Islamabad. And all I heard was, call Tom. And so I did. 5 minutes before the plane was about to take off, I didn't even have his phone number in my new phone. And so I called someone who knew his daughter, and I called her and I said, look, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm going. My husband doesn't know. I need to get a hold of Tom Thorkelson. I'm going to need to call you back in about 2 minutes for his number. And I did. It connected it, everything. And so I talked to Tom. I was like, Tom, this is your Samoan crazy daughter and my Palangi father. I need an emergency contact in Pakistan. He says, by the time you land in Delhi, in your email inbox, you will have a humanitarian organization in Lahore and also in near Islamabad. And if you cannot get your visa right away, you will also be connected to my Sikh friends. They're the ones with the turbans. And they will have a place for you for as long as you need to go there. And don't worry about paying anybody anything. You are covered. My prayers go with you, and I've been your bishop for many years, since you were 8 years old when you first moved here from Hawaii. He goes, I am with you in prayer. Bishop Tom Thorkelson is my go-to prayer warrior when I'm in Ukraine, when I'm in these neighboring countries, and in the eye of the storm countries, always. And so when I got there, it only took me an hour and 15 minutes, having chai and biscuit with the first secretary of the Pakistan High Consulate office. And how that happened was I went up to the window to fill out the paperwork for my visa, and the young man said, okay, and we're closing now. You can come back tomorrow. I'm like, oh no, my son, I need to get my visa as soon as possible. I need to get into Pakistan. I'm supposed to be in Africa right now, but this is where God directed me. I need you to help me, son. And next thing I know it, I got moved up to every queue. And once I was in the building there, I sat down. He says, would you like to have some tea? I'm like, no, I'm okay, thank you. There's a newspaper. It was in English. Picked it up, and on the front of the newspaper was a map. On the map, there were red dots. Those were the areas that were bombed. And I looked at and I quickly said a prayer. I'm like, okay, God, my husband doesn't even know I'm here, and I won't call him until I'm in. And I know I don't need to remind you, I have children and I have a husband and families that want me to come home. And so I know I trust you. I completely surrender. Surrendering is not a one-time thing. It's a constant state of mind, state of heart. And I got called up. I took the newspaper with me because I read on there that these areas were bombed, and it was January 31st. That was the day I was going to the airport to fly to Africa, and I heard, you're not going to Africa. That newspaper sat there for about 6 days waiting for me. And so the secretary asked me these questions. Do you know anyone in Pakistan? I said, no. Do you know any organizations that you can connect with? I said, not yet, but I will. They said, do you know where you're going to stay? I'll find a hotel until I can find some Islamic host families. I don't know any Muslims, but that's what I want to know. And he's like, do you know what cities you're going to go to? And I said, right here on this newspaper, wherever these bombed areas are, I know that's where God is sending me, mainly Islamabad. And he's like, and you're not afraid to go there? I'm like, no, this is what I've been waiting for. But before I go there, I'm going to do something that I want to do. I want to go visit Lahore, the city of Lahore. And he's like, why? I said, because the only thing I know about Pakistan is this wonderful Bollywood romantic movie called Veer Zara. And the girl comes from Lahore, Pakistan, and she falls in love with a Hindu in India. And of course, their love is forbidden. I want to go see Lahore, see where Zara comes from. It's like, you do know it's a movie. I'm like, yes, but it's a wonderful love story. And so I'll go to Lahore first. And I thought that was my choosing of Lahore. And then I realized once I got there, oh, God planted that movie for me to access and fall in love with it. And so it wasn't my choosing, but it was the perfect place to go and begin the sacred journey, because I met with the international relations manager, who is now my Muslim father, in 2007, Hassan Ali Saeed. And he came and got me from the Avatar Hotel. My last name is Avari Hotel, excuse me. And so there I stayed with him. I became part of the family. And he asked me at dinner, where did you come from before you came to Pakistan? And why did you choose to come here? And so I explained to him, I came from Ahmedabad, India, serving there. And God told me to come to Pakistan. And he's like, you came from Ahmedabad? And I said, yes. He says, that is a dark, evil place. They have executed and killed and even burned people, Muslim people, in their homes. And I said, I know what you're talking about, the 2002 riots. I understand. But let me share with you the Lahore, the Islamabad that I know. And I showed him video and pictures of Ahmedabad. And he just couldn't believe. It was so much light, so much love, so much compassion. Us Muslims and Christians and Hindus and Sikhs and Jews in Ahmedabad working together, celebrating holy holidays such as Ramadan and whatever, cleaning the streets together. And he's like, oh, this is not seen on the news. I'm like, of course, because they want to keep us separated. And so he finally said, LauraSa, my daughter. Prior to that, he called me my sister. He said, my daughter, one day I would like for you to take me to Ahmedabad and show me your Ahmedabad. And I'm like, I would be honored to. He said, 200 years ago, my ancestors came from Ahmedabad to Pakistan when India and Pakistan separated. And I said, absolutely. The whole family were just like, wow, Laura, this was meant to be for you to come here. Every host family thereafter, they helped to connect. And by Valentine's Day, I was in there for 7 days, and I thought, okay, now is a good time to call my husband while he's at work, because he won't be able to yell at me in front of all his coworkers. And so when I did call, I said, hi, honey, how you doing? He goes, oh, how's Kenya? How's Africa? How's that? I'm like, well, I'm not actually in Africa. It's like, where are you? Are you still in India? I said, well, it was once a part of India. And he's like, where are you? I'm in Pakistan. I've been here for 7 days. It's been wonderful. I stayed with all these host families, and we're getting ready to inaugurate orphanage for girls, and I'm going to be bringing in a shipment of wheelchairs next year. I'm going to bring my daughter here, to our daughter. We're going to bring our daughter here. And he goes, what the hell is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You know, I said, okay, to India and Africa, but Pakistan, really? Don't you watch the news? I'm like, honey, it's in Hindu and I don't understand it. And I'm in the slums. You know, I don't read the newspapers, playing it off like. And he's like, when are you going to get home? I said, 30 days, I promise. He's like, you come straight home? Because if you're not alive, I'm going to find you and I'm going to kill you myself. And so I know it's taking a little bit longer, but I'll tell you, when I brought my daughter there the following year, she was 18 and graduated high school. We went on a 4-month journey throughout southern, central, northern Africa. And when we left California, the Gandhi ashram where we had served at, 17 bombs had been set off all around the Gandhi ashram, 17 bombs. And my daughter's like, Mom, isn't that where we're going after Africa? Going back to? And I said, yes, but don't worry, we'll be fine. We have all our families and everyone there. And so then, as we were leaving Africa out of Ethiopia, we were having dinner. And she says, Mom, look up at the television. Isn't the Marriott Hotel in Pakistan near Islamabad, isn't that where we're going to be staying to inaugurate the orphanage and distribute wheelchairs? I looked up and the Marriott Hotel was in flames. I was like, yes, it is, but don't worry. We have host families and, you know, we're going to do what God has sent us to do. And she's like, Mom, you're crazy, but I trust you. I trust you and I trust God. And so after we went to Pakistan, after India, after Africa, President Obama was elected and we were there in Islamabad area. 2 years later, the areas that we served, that is where Osama bin Laden was discovered and killed. I was sent up to the mountains of Kashmir where Taliban rampant. There was an earthquake in Afghanistan-Pakistan border, 90% al-Qaeda. I got to go to all these places, scary, dark places, but there was no fear. That was one of the things that the secretary of the High Consulate office, after asking me all these questions, he says, picked up my passport and says, where is American Samoa? I said, oh, tiny little islands in the heart of the Pacific. And he's like, are all the women like you? And I'm thinking in my mind now, I'm like, oh my gosh, I better be careful. He must think I'm crazy. And what kind of, you know, nonsense am I going to go and start in his country? And as soon as he said, are all the women like you? I said, oh, we are warriors of love. When it comes to the well-being, safety, and peace and harmony for our family, not just our immediate family, but for our global family, there is no fear, only pure love. And so when he had walked me out of that interview, I thought it was just a preliminary one. I was going to wait and wait. But there was this beautiful courtyard with a garden, all different kinds of flowers. And he says, well, thank you for coming in. I hope everything goes well for you. You know, God bless you and take care. And I'm like, looked up at him and I said, brother, he had also taught me that men and women don't touch each other, hug each other, kiss each other in public. Only women and women, women and children, women and elders is okay, but not men and women. So I looked up at him and said, brother, I need you to help me get my visa within the next 24, 48 hours. I'm very specific. And I need to go into Pakistan, do whatever God wishes, and then I'd like to return to my children in Ahmedabad before I return home. Can you help me with that? Sister, your visa's waiting for you at the gate. Hour and 15 minutes. Actually, it was an hour and 11 minutes. Let's just be real about it. And I wanted to hug him, as we Polynesians do, because, you know, everyone's family, kiss on the cheek, big old hug. And I just kept reminding myself, do not touch him, do not touch him. But my gratitude came through my eyes. The tears that flowed came through. And I said to him, thank you. You see this big, beautiful garden here in front of us, all these different flowers. This is us. This is the metaphor. Us as a human family, you know, we have different cultures, different spiritual traditions, different faiths, different languages. Just like these flowers, different colors, different scents, different textures, but when they come together, they just create the beautiful garden of God. So us as a human family, we are that garden. When we come together with respect, spirit of love and oneness and unity and harmony, we create heaven on earth, first internally and then externally all around us. He grabbed my arm. And he says, sister, please, after you have visited my country, please promise me that you will come back and have dinner with my wife and my daughters and tell us what you think of our country. I'm like, absolutely, brother. I will be here. I'll call you. And I did. 30 days later, I arrived at his home and his daughters came out, aloha, auntie, aloha. And I was like, oh, aloha, talofa. How do you know about aloha? So after my dad met you, he came home and we watched Lilo and Stitch. We know all about your culture because of Lilo and Stitch. And I'm like, oh, God bless them, the ambassadors of peace and aloha. And everywhere I went, people were waiting for me. The border of Afghanistan and Pakistan, they told me, we cannot take you there. It's too dangerous. It's 90% Al-Qaeda. Laura, don't worry, we'll bring back pictures and videos for you. I said, I need to go in. I need to assess what the damages are, what kind of needs, bring in wheelchairs, bring in funds, whatever. I said, don't worry, sister, we'll take care of that. Women don't travel with us. And these were the leaders representing all 5 regions of Pakistan, very prestigious men. And he says, don't worry, we'll come back with the pictures and videos. I said, brother, I will get there with you or without you. And I'll reach out first to Helping Hand, the organization in Islamabad that were brave enough to take me up to the Kashmir mountains where the Talibans are. So if you don't take me, I'll reach out to them. And if it's meant for me to travel alone, I will go and take my own pictures and videos. And he's like, oh my God, sister, what are we going to do with you? And I said, have a safe trip. And I sat there and I prayed and meditated, and all I could hear God say, be at peace, all will be well. And I trusted that. Next thing I know it, brother calls me back and he says, we're stuck with you. I said, what happened? Our flight has been delayed for 3 hours. We know you have something to do with that. So we contacted the president of the organization, your Grandpa Khan. He says he's exhausted and in the hospital from distributing wheelchairs with you. So Laura is going to take my place in the SUV and you men protect her. And I said, MashaAllah, God's blessing. So we did, we went. And everywhere along the way, I was able to teach people about aloha, alofa, pure unconditional love. And even when the men told me to stay in the SUV as they go into the tents to have their meetings, left me this much space on the window. Do not come out. Don't talk to anybody. You sound American, even though you don't look American. And I said, okay, I'll be good. By the time they got out, about 20 minutes later, there was like men, about 100 men volunteers, sorting through donations to try and put something through that would fit through that little hole so they could have a chance to come up and say, Salam alaikum. And I reply back, alaikum salam and aloha, alofa. And so I got to teach all these men about aloha, alofa. By the time the leaders came out into the car and all the men dispersed up the little hill because they knew they'd probably be in trouble. The first secretary, he said, Laura, everywhere we go, the women flock to you, the men, the children, it's like moths to a flame. And he's like, you've got magic. There's magic. And I said, it's just love, unconditional love. No matter if they're Al-Qaeda or Taliban or whatever, we are all family, we are all one. So as we're pulling away, all the men standing up on a hill. They're like, aloha, aloha, come back. And so every journey is like this. When Osama bin Laden was discovered and killed, my daughter looks at me, she goes, I knew it, Mom. I knew it. That God would send us to wherever we needed to go. And I said to her, God knows everything from beginning to end and every detail in between. And although it seems so dark right now, peace will prevail on earth. Love is greater than hatred. Light is greater than darkness. We must have full faith, trust in God, our beloved Creator, Mother and Father as one. Never forget that, daughter. And so I was going to talk a little bit about the journey to experiencing White Buffalo Calf Woman, but that's just going to be another time. So, but do know that I'm going to be calling Chief Arvo Looking Horse, my spiritual native father, who invited me to the Sundance in 2016, I believe. And the path to connect with him was like this magical sacred journey. When I spoke at one of his World Peace and Prayer Day events, he immediately came up afterwards and presented me with his book. This book has been waiting for you. And so we've reconnected several times since. The story has not been told very often because it's very sacred to me. But I wanted us to hold this beautiful painting by Guy, acquired by Carla, priceless investment. And I want to just share that 2025 is going to be a very pivotal year. And it will be darker before the light shines through, but the light is inevitable. It is important that we prepare ourselves, our families, our loved ones, our communities for at least a year to be self-sustainable with food, with medication, whatever your needs are. It has to break down completely in order to rebuild anew. All of what's been broken will be unearthed, and it has to be seen for what it is in order to heal it, like a cancer. And it's going to be very rough times. And her return is near. The white buffalo calves that have been born from Miracle to the newest one, it is heralding her return. Many other animals and species have been born white. And so we need to be very prayerful, go within, be still, to listen to the whisperings of the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit is Mother God. And her return as White Buffalo Calf Woman is very, very near. And I had my 3 companions here sit up here with me because let me tell you, I've never been on an epic journey traveling 36 hours, but really it was 48 hours to get us here with a broken vehicle. Everything was breaking. No windshields, windows wouldn't roll up. Oh, yeah. Anyways, so many things would come up to prevent me from coming on this trip, and I made a commitment to myself. I'm like, I'm going to be there. Nikki has invited me too many times now, but I need to be there to support you. And I have been so impressed with you. Just managing 5 different positions and still communicating on Messenger. And I am here with you to support you. And my organization is happy to co-sponsor, co-facilitate as a fiscal sponsor so you can help to go after some grants. I know a lot of this comes out of your pocket because that's what we do. We just do the work without questioning why. Even though we've got bills and children and grandchildren to feed, you cannot deny the call when it comes. You give everything. I have depleted my $500,000 IRA accounts to self-sustain because I don't like to fundraise. I don't like to ask for money. So it all comes out of my own pockets. So I know this young lady, this young leader, and I have been so amazed. And even Terry and Carla, Lisa, and all the other women, these women leaders, the rise of the divine feminine power, this is what we need. And the Mayans in 2012, 20 December 21st, 2012, I was in sacred ceremony with Mayan elders in Guatemala, and they taught us in the sacred sites. It's not the ending of the calendar, you know, that got hijacked for profits. It is the new beginning of the divine feminine age taking its power. The power that we've always had, but we just kind of kept it low. And so this is the time, as Bret shared about it, we need to come in balance. We need to honor our sacred power and not go to the extreme where we kind of call out of honoring our men, our masculine divine, but it's like a bird of humanity. When both wings are strong equally in harmony, that is when that eagle or that bird of humanity can truly soar. And that's where we're at. And so I really want to express my gratitude and love to all the men that are still here. And thank you for being the men that we need right now and moving forward. Let's teach our sons and our daughters to honor each other. And by doing so, we honor Creator. Bafetai Telelava, Mahalo Nui Loa. These three right here, oh my God, they are so planted deep in my heart. And I just want to tell you how much I love you so much. And Nikki, keep it up, girl. We're here to support. Bafetai, mahalo, aloha. Close with a song. How can we not? This song was my closing song after a strategic planning meeting in Poland before I went into Ukraine. And this song is so on point. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. Oh. This song, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Let us be peaceful, spiritual human beings, warriors of love. We are one global family. Aloha. I want everyone just stand up, just hold hands, embrace each other, embrace your family. And let's come together in the center here, closer, for Terry and Lisa to close us out.
The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of love. Power of now is here now. Power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you is here to create magic. Come. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you is here to create magic on us. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you is here to create magic on us. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you is here to create magic on us. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you is here to create magic on us. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you is here to create magic on us. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you is here to create magic on us. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you me is it to create magic on power of love is in power of now is in power of you me is it to create magic on let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you is here to magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you is here to magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you is here to magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you is here to magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind